Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Urban Planning Committee meeting of June 29th. We'll begin by roll call. Councillor Banga.
I am here, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Councillor Katarina.
Good morning.
Good morning, and Councillor Henderson's here with me in the building. And do we have other councillors joining us today? If you'd identify yourself, I don't see anyone right now.
Good morning, Councillor Segner.
Good morning.
And good morning, Councillor McKean here.
Oh, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Councillor Cartmel here.
Good morning. Well, we have more than enough to get going, so we'll start there. We've done a roll call. We just want to do our acknowledgement that we are in Treaty 6 territory, and we will conduct ourselves accordingly with respect and courtesy to all. I am going to ask for a motion on the adoption of the agenda, perhaps. So, Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I move that the June 29, 2020 Urban Planning Committee meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. Addition, item 5, a request to reschedule reports, 5.1 cannabis retail fee structure, and 6.8 Wolf Willow Crescent restricted residential parking program. And replacement report 6.7 Glenora Heritage Character Area Rezoning, and deletions of items 6.2 Cannabis retail store fee structure, and 6.3 bylaw 20002 business license bylaw.
Thank you. And I just understand that, Madam Clerk, item 6.3, I believe that's coming back in a future meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, as far as I understand, it's coming back to August 10th, 2021 Urban Planning Committee, just confirming with administration.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
So we did have speakers, and they've been advised that we will come back with that item on August 10th, correct? Perfect. Any other questions, errors, or omissions on our agenda? Seeing none, please vote.
We have 4 votes.
And display the vote, please. And that is carried. And approval of the minutes of June 15th?
I move those, Madam Chair.
Okay, so the minutes of June 15th, 2021 have been moved. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have 4 votes.
And display the vote, please. And that is carried unanimously as well. Thank you very much. I am not aware of any protocol items this morning, but we will now go to selection of items for debate. Councillor Henderson?
I'll grab 6.1, 6.5, 6.7, 6.8. I would be tempted to grab 6.6 for some quick. Yeah, I'll grab 6.6. It'll just be quick questions.
So I have 1, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yep.
Does anybody need 6.4? If not, I get a motion to move that one.
I'll move it.
Okay. You'll have to move 5.1 and 6.4.
I'll move all remaining items. Which
Okay.
would be 5.1 and 6.4, I think. Yeah.
Okay, please vote on the outstanding items.
We have 4 votes.
And display the vote, please. And that is carried as well. Thank you very much. So, Madam Clerk, can you just confirm what we've done so far, just so everyone's on the same page?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This morning, Urban Planning Committee has passed the recommendation of the following reports without debate. Item 5.1, Cannabis Retail Store Fee Structure with a revised due date of August 10th, 2021. And item 6.4, Asphalt Construction Stakeholder and Industry Consultation Work Plan Findings and Recommendation, as well as item 6.2 has a Cannabis Retail Store Fee Structure has a revised due date of August 10th, 2021, and item 6.3, Bylaw 20002, Business License Bylaw has been deleted from this agenda and will return to the August 10th, 2021 Urban Planning Committee meeting as well.
Thank you. That's what I have as well. Thank you very much. So now we will go to request to speak. Councillor Henderson?
On item 6.1, the zoning bylaw renewal report number 3, I have Stephanie Drozda, I'm hoping I'm saying that name close to correct, Elaine Soles, Stephanie Kovac from Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, and Stephanie Drozda with the Alberta Eco Trust Foundation, Cherie Clausen from Edmonton Business Improvement Areas Council, Jan Hardstaff from Park Allen, Mariah Samji from IDEA, Chelsea Jerzak from IDEA, and Ashley Salvador. And on 6.5, the River Valley Planning Modernization Phase 1 update, Linda Duncan from the Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition. On 6.7, Glenora Heritage Character Area Rezoning, I have David Johnson, Barbara Finley from the Old Glenora Conservation Association, David R. Perthy, the Old Glenora Conservation Association, Dushan Bednarski, Walter Pavlik, Voyan Vilmanovich, Michael Tasiak, Mariah Samji again, Chelsea Jerzak again, both from IDEA, and Niraj Nath from Endura Developments Limited. And then on 6.8, the Willow Crescent Restricted Residential Parking Program, I have Virginia Halloran from the Committee for Wolf Willow Crescent Parking, Bob Thompson, Wolf Willow Crescent, Wolf Willow Point Parking Group, and Bob Black, Wolf Willow Residence Parking. And that's it. And they will all be in panels.
I'm sorry, my name is Diane Forbes. I did register to speak to 6.1 as well.
Yes,
Diane Forbes, okay.
Madam Clerk, I have Diane Forbes under 6.1. Anyone else?
No, that is everyone that I am aware of.
Okay, so we've added Diane. Would you please vote? I'm hearing from everyone in panels.
Madam Chair, it's Don here, just joining the meeting now, and I'll vote affirmative. I'm hearing
Welcome.
from the speakers.
Thank you. We have 5 votes.
And display the vote, please. And that is carried. Thank you very much. We have no requests for time specific. We'll just follow along in order. Any councillor inquiries this morning? Seeing none, we're going to jump right into item 6.1, and we'll go to administration for the presentation, and then we'll hear from speakers.
Good morning, committee. Today I'm joined by Olivia Blown, the director of the Zoning Bylaw Renewal Initiative, a number of senior planners, subject matter experts, and Kim Petrin, the branch manager of Development Services. We're well on our journey of the new zoning bylaw, and today's meeting is really about nurturing a more streamlined and simplified planning landscape, one that will enable and steward investments and growth throughout our city. And one way that we do this by linking policy to implementation is through the zoning bylaw renewal. As you know, these goals and values are described in the city plan, and this initiative is an opportunity to ensure that all Edmontonians and city builders have the tools necessary to envision, to implement the city plan. Back in February, we provided an update on Phase 1 of the initiative, presenting the philosophy and proposed new directions of this work. Today we're here to share with you an update on Phase 2, which weaves together research and analysis, inclusive engagement with residents, industry, and community organizations, academic partnerships, and many more. We're very excited to be providing this update. I'm now going to pass it to Ms. Balone, who will provide the remainder of the update. Olivia?
Thank you, Stephanie. Next slide, please. Initiated in 2019, the Zoning Bylaw Renewal Initiative is an opportunity to transform the way we deliver land development services. With this initiative, Edmonton has an opportunity to rethink how, what, and why the city regulates in terms of zoning and land development through these 4 key projects: a new zoning bylaw, rezoning, technology, and implementation. Now in phase 2, administration is preparing to draft the new zoning bylaw and corresponding zoning map. We will also be investing in technological improvements and updating city services. Today, I'll provide an overview of work completed to date and deliverables on the horizon. Back in February, we indicated that we would return to this committee with an update on the number of zones required for the new zoning bylaw. Through public engagement in 2020, we heard some of the benefits and challenges of consolidating the bylaw's existing 46 standard zones into a proposed 15 new zones. In 2021, we enlisted zoning consultants to review Edmonton's built form and development patterns to help validate and refine our approach. A context analysis revealed that a range of 20 to 25 zones may be necessary to adequately respond to different contexts and to achieve the full range of development outcomes envisioned in the city plan. This includes a reduction in the number of residential zones, which will ensure clear distinction between zones and the scales of housing that can be built in each. It will provide opportunities for more varied built forms across the city, supporting greater equity and housing choice, and neighborhood adaptability. Administration conducted a technical analysis and held numerous workshops and engagement sessions to determine how to consolidate land uses. This will provide flexibility to adapt to emerging business models to ensure new activities can be accommodated without amendments to the bylaw. The outcome of this work is proposed 20 new use classifications that would encompass all activities and businesses that occur in the city. This includes a proposal to replace the 12 current residential uses with a single residential use, creating opportunities for innovation, diverse housing forms, and improved equity citywide. Additional regulations will still be used to manage impacts and ensure compatibility of building scale or the intensity of a particular activity. Administration is proposing a shift from discretionary to conditional uses. Currently, discretionary uses are approved or refused based on a development planner's discretion. This can lead to uncertainty for applicants and residents, less transparent and predictable decision-making, and longer development permit timelines. Discretionary uses also trigger notification and the right to appeal for neighbors. In contrast, conditional uses will have an additional set of regulations that would need to be met for a development permit to be approved. Because the circumstances for approving a conditional use will be clearly articulated in the bylaw, their approval will not trigger notification. This can contribute to more transparent and predictable decision-making and more streamlined development permit review. Rezoning land citywide is a critical aspect of this initiative. We have developed a rezoning framework. The framework will provide a set of guiding principles to inform what a property's new zone will be. Most notably, that properties will be rezoned to the closest equivalent new zone to what is currently in place. The rezoning framework also identifies the minimum legal requirements for advertising and notification of the public hearing for the new zoning bylaw and new zoning map. Administration will present a streamlined public hearing notification process at Council in late 2021. To advance Edmontonian City Plan and its goals of an inclusive and compassionate city, we believe it is important to reflect on our city's past, of the regulations and policies that have negatively impacted people, to rethink our present-day actions, and to imagine what an equitable future can look like. And while there are multiple municipal tools that need to be leveraged to confront inequity, one of the more impactful tools is through a city zoning bylaw. Edmonton and City Council has successfully advanced equity measures in the past through zoning bylaw amendments like abolishing single-family only zoning, removing parking minimums, or enabling supportive housing across the city. Through these changes, the importance of diverse housing to welcome a diverse demographic of people was punctuated. Well, more work can be done. With the Zoning Bylaw Renewal Initiative, we have an opportunity to update our land use regulations to better reflect our city's current size, its future directions, and its diversity. While equity issues have been top of mind for planners and city builders for decades, they've been typically addressed through advocacy and programs rather than regulatory reform. Through an equity lens, we can draft regulations that are based on land use impacts, that accommodate all housing needs, that create attainable and affordable types of housing, that support informal gatherings, recreation, arts, culture, and spirituality, and that are easier to understand and interpret, enabling more people to engage and use it. Lastly, intersecting planning best practices with an equity lens will support our efforts to create a zoning bylaw for everyone. Equity is linked to notions of equality, justice, human rights, and the fair distribution of opportunities and resources in society. In urban planning, it means allowing every Edmontonian to have equal access to all parts of the city to live, work, and play, while accounting for the impact of the use of land on adjoining properties. To support this work, administration has created a GBA Plus, Gender-Based Analysis Plus, and Equity Toolkit. Drawing upon the art of inclusion, the City of Edmonton's GBA Plus framework, the GBA Plus and Equity Toolkit provides guidance for administration on how to identify social inequities in the zoning bylaw and to remove or prevent these social inequities through equity measures. To build the toolkit, administration advanced equitable engagement activities, including a co-drafted community conversation summary and a federally funded research with the University of Alberta. Both helped to identify a series of recommendations that we're actively seeking to address. I wanted to note that Dr. Sandeep Agarwal, who led the University of Alberta research, is here today should there be any questions for him. As we write the bylaw throughout 2021, the toolkit will provide a place for transparent documentation of process, research, and reflection of inequities and opportunities. This work has been profiled in local and national news, and several cities are already using the toolkit for their own work. Internally, the GBA Plus and Equity Toolkit has begun to reshape our thinking and has enhanced our ability to write regulations that support more equitable outcomes. And it's being embraced throughout many areas of this within the City of Edmonton. You can access the GBA Plus and Equity Toolkit and corresponding research on the Zoning Bylaw Renewal's external website. Now, Kim Petrin will complete the presentation.
Thank you, Livia. Over the past 6 months, administration has been laying the groundwork for the new zoning bylaw. These activities include developing the analysis to inform the number of zones and guidance on writing form-based regulations, conducting further research, analyzing options on priority topics raised from the discussion papers. We've developed tools to guide the drafting of the bylaw and preparation of the zoning map, such as the decision informing tool, the GBA Plus and Equity Toolkit, the rezoning framework, and a plain language writing guide and visual style guide. We've been exploring and evaluating technology options to enhance the user experience for a digital zoning bylaw interface and interactive map, and have continued an ongoing public engagement. While the city plan challenged Edmontonians to think about the choices needed to welcome an additional 1 million people to Edmonton, the Zoning Bylaw Renewal Initiative is focused on implementation. We are excited to keep this momentum going. The next phase of the initiative is drafting of the new zoning bylaw and map. Our target for public and stakeholder engagement of the draft bylaw and map is in the first quarter of 2022. We will return to Urban Planning Committee in the second quarter of 2022 with a draft bylaw and a target public hearing date of the third quarter of 2022. Thank you for the opportunity to present on this exciting work.
Thank you very much. And now we're going to hear from our speakers. First of all, I'm going to do a roll call of the speakers for 6-1. Please let me know if you're here, and then we'll do the overview, and then we'll begin. So is Stephanie Drozdda here?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Elaine Soles?
Good morning.
Good morning. Stephanie Kovac?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Cherie Clausen?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning. Jan Hardstaff?
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning. Mariah Samji?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Chelsea Jerzak?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Ashley Salvador?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. And Diane Forbes?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just going to do the overview, and this will apply for to all of the speakers. For each item, excuse me, administration's going to first present their own remarks, as we've done already, and then members of the public will be invited to speak virtually using Google Meet. You will each have 5 minutes to make your comments. The clerk is going to run the official timer. However, I do encourage you to have a timer at home because when you are finished, I will ask you to stop at 5 minutes, but when you are finished, please stay on the line because after all the speakers have had a chance to speak, committee and council may ask you questions. For those who are participating virtually, please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meets during the meeting as it creates issues of decorum, provides an unfair advantage, and interferes with our live stream. Additionally, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not presenting or answering questions. And if you have any difficulties, the Office of the City Clerk has resources to help you, and you can reach out and contact them. There's information in your registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you wish to observe the proceedings but not speak, please leave the meet and watch the meeting online at edmonton.ca/meetings. So we will begin, and I will go first to Stephanie Drozdda from Alberta EcoTrust. You have 5 minutes. Please begin.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes of your time to speak to this report. I'm Stephanie Drozdda, Program Specialist for the Edmonton Climate Innovation Fund at the Alberta EcoTrust Foundation. Alberta EcoTrust is a member of the Low Carbon Cities Canada, or LC3 network, a cross-country coalition of 6 organizations operating in close partnership with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities with a mandate to reduce emissions. The Alberta EcoTrust Foundation is supportive of the climate resilience and mitigation measures that have been committed to be adopted in the new zoning bylaw, including better land use planning, which will increase the density of our city, and enabling regulations that remove barriers for integrating renewable energy systems and energy efficiency. As the work to update the zoning bylaw continues, we encourage City Council and administration to continue to identify the more specific approaches and zoning bylaw amendments that will be required to accelerate carbon emissions reductions. Land use planning is clearly within the jurisdiction of the municipality, and therefore the zoning bylaw represents one of Edmonton's most impactful tools it has to facilitate emissions reductions. Alberta EcoTrust would encourage the City of Edmonton to evaluate, as part of next steps, the use of green development standards. Green development standards have successfully been implemented in various areas of Canada in cities that do not have direct control of the building code, including the City of Toronto. Toronto first introduced the Toronto Green Standard in 2006 on a voluntary basis, and it has since evolved to a 4-tier system with the first tier of performance measures required for all planning applications. Closer to home, the City of Canmore has implemented green building regulations within its land use bylaw that encourages higher level of energy efficiency tied to incentives and disincentives. There are several ways to phase and stage in green development standards, including starting with voluntary measures linked to incentives or disincentives, and as the market adjusts, mandatory requirements can be implemented. If Edmonton is to achieve its deep emissions reductions targets, it will need to both generate the imperative through tools such as regulation, as well as clearly signal to the market the pathway it will take to get there. This important component of the zoning bylaw renewal can be combined with a commitment from Edmonton and other stakeholders to establish a zero emissions building center of excellence to have industry work with industry and the city to establish the compliance pathways needed to achieve performance-based targets. If we are truly to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, we can't wait to establish this imperative and clear pathway. With approximately 8 years before the federal net zero energy ready model building code is in place, the City of Edmonton should look to integrate green development standards now, preparing the city's building industry in developing the local capacity needed to achieve these new standards. Preparing now will not only ensure we are able to meet our climate goals, but will kickstart the growth of a low carbon economy. This is not only true for our buildings, but as we transition our vehicles to electric. We are very encouraged to see a nod to electrical vehicle infrastructure in this report and important action required to prepare Edmonton for the electric vehicle revolution that is upon us. A study conducted in January 2021 by KPMG found that of those Albertans that plan to buy a new electric vehicle in the next 5 years, 47% are likely or very likely to buy an EV or hybrid. As EVs continue to come down in price, that number is only likely to increase. The City of Edmonton has an opportunity to meet this new infrastructure demand proactively and seek to start future-proofing our city. A very large part of the cost of EV charging infrastructure comes from the installation rather than the EV charging equipment itself. By requiring new commercial and multi-unit residential developments to integrate EV-ready parking infrastructure, a reduction in charging station deployment costs and timelines can be realized. The integration of EV readiness conditions can also improve utility distribution system planning as we move towards wide-scale electrification of transportation. Integrating meaningful climate change measures in Edmonton's new zoning bylaw has the potential to set us on an ambitious path needed to reduce Edmonton's emissions and achieve our climate goals. In closing, we would encourage that the city engage beyond industry itself on any possible green development standards and include civil society, not-for-profits, and other stakeholders. An inclusive process can ensure a balanced Edmonton voice is heard. We look forward to working with the city to realize these goals and be a catalyst in transitioning our building and transportation industries to a low-carbon future. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. 10 seconds to spare. Next, we have Elaine Soles. Please, you have the floor.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please go ahead.
Good morning. I'm the Civics Director of the Windsor Park Community League, and I'm speaking today as someone who recently participated in the 3 online workshops about the zoning bylaw and read the materials related to this item. My comments will first touch on the proposed single commercial zone and grouping of uses, then focus on the proposed low-density zone, the mature neighborhood overlay, and the equity lens report. I'm concerned about having only one commercial zone. This would allow any commercial use, albeit with some restrictions for some sensitive uses, in the single commercial zone. South Edmonton Common is not the same as a small neighborhood shopping strip or White Avenue. Drive-through fast food is grouped with uses that would fit in a residential area like religious assembly, restaurant, and specialty food service. Drive-through fast food does not belong in a residential zone or on a main street. It's more similar to a gas bar and should be located and treated like one. Now moving on, low density zone and the MNO. I generally support the reduction in the number of residential support zones and support incorporating key aspects of the mature neighborhood overlay into the new low density residential zone where they would be applied more generally throughout the city. However, I don't agree the MNO is outdated or that it is inequitable. Without something like the MNO, the city and the developer hold all the power while the community and residents affected by development have no voice. The Equity Lens report suggests that it should be scrapped because some residents and communities participate in consultation and appeals while others don't. The answer isn't to take it away, but to encourage broader participation. Ironically, the Equity report criticizes the consultation requirement of the MNO and at the same time suggests creating a public consultation office where citizens and organizations can initiate public consultation on development matters. I'm concerned about how that would work since development applications have a tight timeline. Currently, my community league contacts the DO to review plans when we receive a notice and an MNO consultation or development permit issued with a variance. The Equity Lens report states the MNO isn't working because the number of appeals has increased. Thinking about the appeals of MNO variances in my neighborhood in recent years, most were applications that were refused because of height or front access and were appealed by the developer. This isn't evidence there's something wrong with the MNO, but that applicants wanted something that's inappropriate in a mature neighborhood. Since the city wants to increase the tree canopy, I would recommend planting trees on boulevards that don't have them on all streets with back alleys. That would reduce the applications for front access. There have been a few appeals by residents, but none because of the race or ethnicity of the applicant or of the new residents. Although we haven't had any lodging house appeals, my community supported the rezoning of one property for a medical lodging house because it was a good operator, was in an appropriate location, and had positive impacts on neighbors and the community. We oppose the rezoning of another medical lodging house because of operational and locational issues and their negative impact on neighbors in the community. A block in my neighborhood was featured recently in the Journal article on RF1 zoning and the MNO, both of which the Equity Lens report considers inequitable. While I don't oppose, I think my time is up.
You have 50 seconds.
Okay, I'll just stop here. I sent you this piece by email because I thought I might not get to it anyway.
Thank you very much, Ms. Solis. And then now we'll go to Stephanie Kovach. Stephanie.
Thank you, Councillor Esslinger. I don't actually have a presentation today, but I'm here to answer any questions you might have about the letter that was submitted by the EFCL.
Okay, thank you very much, and we'll come to you under questions. And then we'll go to Cherie Clausen.
Thank you for having me today. I'm Cherie Clausen. I'm the chair of the Edmonton Business Improvement Area Council, and I'm also the executive director with the Old Strathcona Business Association. I'm here today to speak on behalf of our BIA Council that represents 13 business districts and over 4,000 businesses in the city. We've been actively engaged in the zoning bylaw renewal initiative since its inception and have recently participated in the sessions related to proposed framework of the bylaw. I have also personally been involved in the GBA plus Equity Lens community conversations to share my lens. Today, I'd like to share some feedback, as we did with the zoning bylaw team, on proposed uses framework, as it's the most relevant for us in the BIAs. Overall, we are in support of most of the framework and direction to simplify the zoning bylaw, as it's quite complex for most businesses and laypersons to understand. We do still see some gaps in addressing some challenges and issues that may prevent us from creating vital and welcoming business districts. We believe that some business types and associated zoning for them do not fit in most of our BIAs. For example, ghost kitchens, warehouses, and other delivery-only businesses should be zoned for something like light industrial or something else. They do not benefit the Main Street culture of most of our BIAs that we're looking to build, nor do they fit within the Complete Streets guidelines. Secondly, we need a way to address predatory businesses, and there needs to be a mechanism for enforcement on bad operators. We recognize that the land use bylaw may not be the best tool, but we want to share a concern with regards to the gap that currently exists in this proposed land use framework. Currently, we have overlays, ARPs, and community development plans that address some predatory uses. There may be an opportunity to address these gaps and challenges through the business licensing process or some other mechanism, but it's not clear right now what that would be. Thirdly, we need better mechanisms for information sharing regarding zoning applications instead of paper mail. We often receive notifications too late or miss them altogether. One of the goals of the zoning bylaw renewal is to provide technology for the interface of new zoning bylaw and improving the online customer experience for planning and development services. And we would wholly welcome this change, as it's much needed. Lastly, we welcome the overall simplifying of the zoning process for businesses and developers, so we, as city builders and as a city, can attract investment and development in and around our BIAs, which are so much more than just commercial districts. We need to make these processes easier, and we often hear feedback from people that the processes are cumbersome and difficult to understand. We also don't want the zoning bylaw to be so prescriptive that it restricts innovative new uses that may emerge as businesses and their land use evolves, as was so evidenced by COVID-19. We applaud the city in this much needed overhaul and strongly recommend that the gaps we've identified are addressed in some way, whether it be through zoning or through the business licensing renewal process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will go to Jan Hartstaff. You have the floor.
Good morning.
Morning.
The zoning bylaw renewal initiative team recommends one citywide small-scale residential zone for 1 to 3 story residential development, which, if applied to infill redevelopment, would significantly increase development intensity and scale. This would allow site coverage to increase up to 40%, height to 3 stories and 10 meters, rear setbacks to be reduced to 7.5 meters, which would allow front-to-back development and potential for attached garages. And it allows consolidations of lots to permit multi-unit housing, which would be like a small apartment building next to single-family detached homes. While we support the city plan and the redevelopment goals, this would have tremendous impacts. To achieve this, city administration has made a decision to eliminate the M&O. While they propose to carry over M&O regulations, this would only be done if regulations are relevant or applicable in the new zoning bylaw. There is concern that city administration does not consider M&O regulations to be relevant. A table was provided in my letter on page 2, paragraph 2, comparing the M&O regulations revised in 2017 with a 2019 developer-initiated residential low-density zone, which is remarkably similar to the small-scale residential zone. I have also added the elements outlined in attachment 3 proposed to be carried over under the small-scale residential zones. If you compare these, you will see that the original M&O regulations would be significantly changed and no longer even resemble the 2017 revised M&O regulations or serve their intended purpose. The city plan's big move to be a rebuildable city is to build 50% of new dwellings as infill. This will displace a third of builders who previously built new development on the edge of the city in farmers' fields and require them to start building infill. Many of these builders have never had to comply with the mature neighborhood overlay contextual regulations or requirements. The city and industry want infill redevelopment to be no different than greenfield development, to be able to achieve the same development scale and intensity with the same project time and cost, the same design, and the same construction practice. They want infill redevelopment to be no different than new development, only it will not be built in a farmer's field. It'll be built next to existing homes of adjacent neighbors in mature neighborhoods. While this may mitigate risks for the city and the building and development industry, this transfers the risk to these adjacent private and property. It transfers the risk to adjacent private and public property and to neighboring property owners and communities. This was the consistent message communities and the EFCL tried to communicate during the 2017 M&O review process to ensure contextual development that is sensitive to existing adjacent development. Communities and concerned citizens continue to lobby the city to introduce policy and regulations to mitigate infill construction incidents that result in damage to not only older existing properties, but increasingly also new development, infill development. The M&O review was a 2-year engagement process from the fall of 2015 to late summer 2017. City staff made changes to regulations after holding multiple public consultation events with residents. Staff received over 7,800 responses and submissions from consultation events. Citizens were engaged at an advised level about character. Civil society was engaged to provide feedback on the development process. Equitable engagement was provided to cultural communities and seniors. However, mature neighborhood communities and their residents were not directly consulted to provide feedback. It was consultation and engagement with city managers and industries that refined, created, and ultimately decided on the revisions to the M&O regulations. We asked the city to consider the practical challenges related to infill construction next to neighboring homes and the increased risk to adjacent property owners and communities. There is evidence in the past few months of a number of excavation failures impacting new infill homes adjacent to infill construction. So this can no longer be dismissed as acceptable risk because adjacent property is at the end of its life. We recommend council ask city administration to incorporate an additional zone to be applied to infill redevelopment that maintains the M&O regulations until adequate engagement can be conducted to review the regulations again with all stakeholders. We also recommend council direct city administration to ensure planning activities are carried out in a fair, open, transparent, and considerate and equitable manner. This respects the rights of all citizens and landowners and to consider the impact of any policy or decision within the context of overall public interest. Finally, we support the recommendation to develop a city ombudsman's office, as this may ensure more equitable engagement for all stakeholders if barriers are experienced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right on the 1 second left. Amazing. Thank you. Now we will go to Mariah Samji.
Good morning, Urban Planning Committee and members of Council. Thank you so much for hearing from IDEA and the infill community today. Our president, Chelsea Jurzak, sorry, coffee hasn't kicked in this morning, will speak more about the progress and the technical aspects, and I will focus on the process. The zoning bylaw team has worked in phases, specifically to help Edmontonians understand, learn, and provide valuable input and expertise through this process. This phased approach has been incredibly helpful because it is a new type of policy change. Bringing everyone along will make it successful. As you know, I was a part of the City Plan stakeholder team, which was a robust process that brought together many different voices. Through my experience with the zoning bylaw engagement, they took that model and grew it even further. Every workshop and webinar the team has put on, I continuously meet and learn from new people. I see this as a clear indication of building an inclusive zoning bylaw. I wanted to speak about the GBA Plus and Equity Toolkit. Everyone has assumptions and biases. However, we did not have a tool to help us review and assess decisions based on an equitable lens. This toolkit initiative was led by a diverse team, which I believe has been the key to a successful place that we've arrived. They've had uncomfortable conversations, brought in voices that are not often around the table, and worked with the University of Alberta, a third party, to create an equitable toolkit. I have started to see that toolkit in action and see that it has brought new experiences and needs forward. I am thankful to admin and proud of Edmonton to be at the forefront of creating diverse and equitable neighborhoods. At Council, we often talk about the need for density to make our transportation network successful, and our current zoning bylaw does not align with that goal. The City Plan took a huge step forward to create and integrate land use and transportation. IDEA sees this relationship continuously growing between land use and transportation and strengthened by the zoning bylaw renewal. I also want to thank the team as their continued commitment to climate goals. Only through a multi-pronged approach will we be able to build a more climate resilient city. Changes in building practices, materials, designs, development types, and patterns all need to be updated with an environmental lens. Thank you for your support for the renewal of the zoning bylaw. Thank you to administration for all of their hard work. And thank you to all of Edmontonians who are helping to build up our city.
Thank you very much. And now we'll turn our attention over to Chelsea Jerzak. Chelsea, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, and members of committee and council. My name is Chelsea Jerzak, and I'm speaking to you this morning as the president of IDEA, the Infill Development and Edmonton Association. IDEA is a nonprofit infill advocacy and education organization that helps to drive change toward people-centered communities. So I'm here today to speak just briefly in support of a few items that our members are really pleased to see included within the zoning bylaw renewal project. To begin, IDEA fully supports the move to simplify the overall zoning bylaw and reduce the number of land uses, zones, and overlays. Our current 800-page and counting bylaw is complicated and tricky to use, and we fully support the move to make the process of reading, understanding, and applying the bylaw easier for everyone. We also support the zoning bylaw renewal project's clear connection to City Plan. City Plan was passed by Council after citywide engagement with clear direction to allow communities to evolve over time, to enable ongoing residential and commercial infill, and to achieve more diversity within our neighborhoods. A big part of achieving that diversity is engaging with diverse stakeholders. We fully support the zoning bylaw team's work on the GBA Plus and Equity Toolkit, which we believe will help us expand our perspectives and facilitate equity and inclusion in our land use regulation and in our decision-making processes. We at IDEA support the use of the toolkit in the city's processes and are very proud to be a champion of this work. So we'd really like to thank administration for their hard work on this project, and we very much look forward to continuing to engage over the future phases of the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Ashley Salvador. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good morning, members of committee and council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to start by commending administration on their work so far. Renewing our zoning bylaw is a massive undertaking, and I'm really pleased with the approach and structure presented today. Simplifying our zoning bylaw and embedding flexibility into our regulatory landscape will allow for more diverse housing and business opportunities. It will also help us build a more fiscally and environmentally sustainable city that's in line with the city plan, and it will correct some of the inequities that have been embedded in our zoning bylaw for decades. While I am supportive of the approach presented today and work to date, I do want to flag one specific consideration that I feel is missing from the conversation. And it's very possible that what I'm about to say is better addressed through the growth management framework or district planning, but I did think it was prudent to bring it up today because to date I haven't really seen it being discussed. So my concern lies with the rezoning framework, specifically under the general guiding principles in attachment number 4. It states that properties will be rezoned to the closest equivalent zone under the new zoning bylaw. So for example, this means that properties zoned RF1 or RF3 would become small scale residential. And this type of rezoning can be considered like for like, as it would provide only a very small increase in development potential from the previous zone. Now, along many of our primary nodes and corridors, even directly adjacent to LRT stations, we have properties zoned RF1 and RF3. As it stands today, with the proposed rezoning framework, those low-density zones are essentially going to remain low-density zones. And if a landowner wants to upzone to, say, low-rise residential, which would align more closely to the level of density envisioned in the city plan, they would be expected to go through a fairly risky and uncertain rezoning process. So I think the challenge here is that the city is signaling that it wants to build up density along our nodes and corridors, but we're not necessarily following that up with a significant removal of risk and a reduction of uncertainty. So if we are planning on doing like-for-like rezoning, and a landowner does come forward with an application that is in line with the city plan, how are we planning on facilitating that rezoning? And what tools or processes are we going to use to ensure they're approved with minimal risk? Because I don't think we should really be asking property owners to bear all of that risk, make an application, show up to council, and wait months or potentially years just to develop their property to a level of density that the city has already said that it wants. At the end of the day, this will deter the kinds of growth we are very explicitly asking for as outlined in the city plan. And I do understand there are infrastructure capacity considerations here as well, which is why I mentioned that maybe this conversation is tied to growth management and district planning. But at this point, so much time and energy has gone into this, and a lot of fantastic work has been done. I just want to make sure that this critical piece is not being missed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashley. And now we'll go to Diane Forbes. You have the floor.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My comments relate to attachment 5 of your materials, outlining ZBRI projects and phases. I speak as an engaged citizen of a mature neighborhood who has been following the city's activities on infill and zoning since I moved to Edmonton in 2016. I wish to draw attention to those recommendations included in the report, Edmonton Zoning Bylaw under the lens of equity, which are closely aligned to issues I and others have previously raised through other consultations and public hearings. Egregiously exemplified by American Sitting Planning that reinforced racial discrimination, Dr. Agrawal and team note the potential for zoning to create inequities. I focus my comments on their study findings of inequity in the city's public consultation and decision-making processes. I support their recommendation to make the bylaws more accessible by simplifying the language, but I believe the more important component of this recommendation is the creation of a citizen's guide that includes accurate graphic illustrations. I would add to this recommendation to recommend that the tools be developed for use in the upcoming Phase 2 consultations planned for July 2021 through March 2022. If necessary, work planning to include this crucial element should be adjusted to see that the engagements are made equitably accessible to more participants. As the saying goes, a picture is worth 1,000 words. The recommendations for governance changes are also welcome. For some time, the city has been hearing concerns of regulatory capture by the development industry. Here, the report reminds us that neoliberal governance regimes privilege economic growth at the expense of fair and equitable institutional state processes. Development of an Edmonton charter by which citizens could initiate public consultations on issues they find important through creation of an ombudsman office, an office of public consultation, would move a good way towards rebuilding trust between neighborhood residents, developers, and city administration. Trust is one major facet in moving NIMBY to YIMBY, outlined in Create Street's 2018 report on actions to increase housing stock in Britain. NIMBYism can be seen as a rational economic and emotional response to poor engagements, given that homeowners cannot insure their homes, often their largest single asset, against devaluation by neighborhood effects of planning. NIMBYism is also a concern for renters and has, for example, been seen to arise in gentrification of previously affordable neighborhoods. Sadly, there has been limited empirical research conducted on opposition to densification efforts. Evidence does demonstrate that location matters, and NIMBYism has been described as a universally local phenomenon. Distance from a planned build is correlated to opposition and postulated to arise when there is little opportunity for meaningful inclusion of local residents' views in the design and development process and lack of certainty over the places and homes that will be built. And interesting, Dr. Agrawal's report notes that the development industry also displays NIMBY tendencies and that they also resist the building of, for example, affordable housing. I assume, however, that this is because they seek to maximize profit as opposed to more risk-averse residents. Economic studies have demonstrated that potential losses loom larger than gains when rational people face uncertainty. In closing, I'm not a banana, build absolutely nothing anywhere near anyone, or a cave, citizen against virtually everything. I'm a citizen who wants to engage in planning for a future city where the planning process results in win-win scenarios for existing and future residents by addressing LULU, local unwanted land use concerns, and avoiding DUDE, developers under delusions of entitlement mentalities. As a mature neighborhood resident, one might perceive me as NIMBY, but I want the city to work towards converting that perception to my being a YIMBY. Better, more robust, and contextualized engagement of Edmontonians can only add to reaching the goals of the city plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is all the speakers we have on this item. So now we'll open it up for questions of committee, and I'll begin with Councillor Henderson, who selected this.
Great, thanks. I've got a whole bunch of questions. I don't know if I'll be able to get them into one round. But I'll just go in order. So I wanted to start with Ms. Drozda. I'm interested in what tools we may or may not have. I mean, obviously the zoning, the building code would be a way more effective tool, but zoning is the only tool we have right now to get better built form or more sustainable built form. And I'm really curious to hear how some of these other places have done it. I presume they're using bonusing. I presume they're using other kind of things to try and encourage behavior, or did they actually regulate?
So, for instance, in Canmore, they're using incentives and disincentives. So they have a fee that you would either pay a portion of if you meet the standard, or get it back if you, pay a portion if you don't meet the standard and get it back if you do meet a standard. The FCM has created a toolkit on green development standards for municipalities, so they outline various ways that these can be introduced. But we would recommend using that incentive and disincentive approach at first, and then building towards more stringent regulations.
Do you, and I guess that the interesting question for me is what you can regulate through a zoning bylaw as opposed to a building code, but there are examples of that?
Yeah, so emissions are not regulated by the building code. So using performance-based targets for emissions could be one way to advance the city's climate goals without overlapping with the building code controlled standards.
Okay, so because one of the interesting questions for us here is, and we've certainly seen this in other places where you can talk about bonusing, but my guess is if we're going to the kind of zoning bylaw we're going to, what we can put on the table for bonusing won't particularly exist anymore. That it's hard to bonus if it's already built in. But these are bonuses that don't have necessarily to do with built form or size or height or any of those kind of things or density. There are other kinds of monetary incentives that are being used.
Yeah, monetary incentives, and sometimes they use the incentives for additional variances or heights, setbacks, that sort of thing as well.
Yeah, and that's I'm thinking with what we're talking about in terms of simplifying the zoning bylaw here are ability to put those kind of incentives on the table that's one of the interesting challenges that this will create, which we're trying to do. So, great, thanks. Ms. Soles, because I heard two things, and I just wouldn't mind exploring this with it. And I think Ms. Klassen, you were the question of the auto-oriented kind of commercial piece. Some of it seems to be controlled here, but it's not just about drive-throughs. I'm guessing it's about other stuff as well. Do you want to just flesh that out a little bit for me?
For me, I really just looked at the grouping of uses, and I didn't have much time to study it. And so I picked out that as an example of something that might be looked at. And I think, though, it's really important since some commercial uses we've been told will be allowed in or near residential areas, that it be very clear what those.
Yeah, the reason I was just curious, and maybe Ms. Klassen, you want to weigh in on this, because I'm looking, the drive-through food stuff is carved out, and I'm trying to think of what other kind of auto-oriented drive-through things we might need to keep in view. I suppose banks use drive-through now. There's quite a few other things that are still auto-oriented. So I think they've caught it under the food piece. I'm not, your concern is they may not have caught it in some of the areas of commercial, correct? To either of you. Ms. Klassen, any thoughts on that?
No, I didn't pick that up out of anything I read, and it might be a question back to administration to clarify. Most of our focus was on the uses related specifically to commercial uses, so I didn't read that specific drive-through automotive related stuff. Our bigger concern had to do with things that don't help with walkability and Main Street, complete street culture. Things like warehouses and things that are literally just pick up and go.
Right, and to some extent that's dealt with right now in the overlays we have, but if the idea is to, and there may be other ways, it's an interesting question of I don't think this speaks to what happens to all of those overlays, so it may be captured that way, but I'll ask those questions.
Coming back, that use was not carved out. It is grouped with restaurants and religious assembly and other things that you want in and near a residential area. So the drive-through use is included in that grouping.
Okay, I'll ask questions about that then, because, okay, great, thanks. I might have misread how we were going to deal with it. Okay.
Thank you very much.
I'm out of time.
Councillor Caterina, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what we've heard this morning, a new city plan, this applies to it and that. And I have a question that I'd like some expertise on, and from Ms. Jerzak or Ms. Samji or Ms. Salvador. Is this plan, and you're in favor of it, obviously, is it comprehensive enough? Is there anything missing here that should be included in the work that's being done right now? Things that we've missed, and I know Ms. Klassen has her concerns as well, which I'll ask about that. But in general, is there something missing here, or is something that we are doing contrary to the city plan that this doesn't address? Ms. Jerzak?
Sure, I'll start. I don't think there's anything missing. I think there are still a lot of details that we haven't seen and work that will be unrolling over the next 12 months. So we are very eager to see the zones as they start to become developed and available for review. And I think we'll have a lot more to say at that time. Right now, we're certainly supportive of the approach and looking forward to reviewing in greater detail over the next several months.
Okay, because this is an information report, and do you have a sense from your group that there's opportunity here to continue working with administration to refine this, or as Ms. Klassen said, there's some gaps that they've identified for their area. There's still an opportunity moving forward that this isn't the final version of what administration, what the city is looking at.
Yes, that's certainly our understanding.
Okay. Ms. Samji, did you want to say anything about it or not? That's fine.
Yeah, I am in complete agreement. I think the zoning bylaw team has been really wonderful to work with, and I think we're at a foundational stage. and details are going to come over the next 12 months. And I think that's some of the concerns that have been brought forward today are part of that detailed conversation of let's work on those together.
Okay, with this, with the new changes to the zoning and that, we haven't seen a lot. I mean, over the past probably year, 2 years, we've tried to go from example DCs to standard zoning, and that do you feel, both of you feel that that's been addressed from that side of the zoning or that classification of DCs? That's been comprehensive enough that we understand why we're trying to go to standard zoning, yet we still are getting DCs applications. So is the link there or not with this report? Does it address those concerns?
Chelsea, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a great question. The movement towards the greater use of standard or conventional zones has been something that IDEA has been quite vocal about and supportive of. We have seen that momentum increase, so greater support for the use of standard zones. We think there's still, greater potential for that. Along with the use of standard zones comes a requirement to also increase our tolerance to uncertainty. And I think that we're all working through that process, industry, council, administration, and community members. And I think that will only continue with a new zoning bylaw as we see fewer zones. That does, create some unknowns and uncertainty. And so I think the education process around the zoning bylaw itself and rolling out the zoning bylaw will become quite critical.
Okay. Ms. Klassen, I wanted to get your further thoughts on the BIAs and given, just a general structure, you're assessed a levy, businesses in the area assess a levy. So you have special status, per se, you pay for it, but main streets and that sort of thing. So the inclusion of warehousing and that sort of thing, I 100% agree with you that that's not where they should be located. So you'll have an opportunity, or your association, the BIAs, will have an opportunity to present your rationale for it in that, and maybe just for everybody's information this morning, how is that levy assessed? Is it on square footage? Is it on amount of business? Just if you could clarify that.
Sure. So our BIAs, our businesses and our BIAs are assessed based on a combination of market assessment value, square footage, a variety of factors like that. So every business, depending on the size of the business and the market assessment and our budgets, are assessed a certain levy. And for each of our districts, it's slightly different. We have maximums and minimums. So, but yes, thanks for concurring on there's things that are appropriate and not appropriate for main streets, like warehouses, even ghost kitchens.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Klassen. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Caterina. We'll go to Councillor Banga now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Klassen, I'm gonna explore your, I guess, dissatisfaction with the, I guess, some of the proceedings that have been going on. Would you be able to tell me when, let's say, you have concern with somebody building a big warehouse in your BIA, why would somebody do that anyway? I mean, what they're going to gain out of that? I mean, if I was to have a big warehouse on White Avenue, or for example, for me, that's not profitable. That's prime land, and I would myself choose somewhere else.
Just to clarify, I'd say that we're not overly dissatisfied. We've been very engaged in the zoning bylaw renewal process, so we just see some gaps. And to the previous speaker's points, I think we are going to see more detail come out. But I think that's a good question. And for some of our BIAs where they're seeing warehouse use has to do with vacant properties. So if there's properties that are underutilized and maybe there isn't an incentive for the property owner to do anything with that, Sure, White Avenue is a good example because, why would that make sense? That's prime real estate, but that's not always the same in all of our BIAs. So that is one of the problems we're currently dealing with. If it's a vacant use, I don't know that we would see a new warehouse built, but we are seeing some increase of ghost kitchens popping up on our main streets, and we do have some in our district in Old Strathcona, and that doesn't really make a lot of sense. But I can also understand why people may want to do that from a cost efficiency perspective. If you're paying prime real estate and you've already got the property, maybe maximize it to make the most use out of what you're paying for. But I think that there are just some of those gaps in looking for those use types that don't fit with the complete streets kind of culture and what we're trying to do in most of our main streets.
Okay, and just to clarify further on your membership, is your membership, if you live in that area, is it mandatory to have that membership in BIA?
So the way that the bylaw exists to create a business improvement area is for a certain percentage of business owners to opt in to create a business improvement area so that they will be assessed a certain levy. And so that's correct. If they fall within our geographic boundaries, which are very hard geographic boundaries, and they are a for-profit business, there are some conditions that make them potentially not a member, then you are automatically a member. And they are assessed that levy, as I had shared with Councillor Katarina, based on a variety of factors. So correct, it's not optional.
Okay, and if somebody, I guess, does not agree with going into and being enrolled in BIA, then what is, I guess, the procedure to deal with that kind of dissatisfaction?
I think that's a good question. Usually we would try to work with that business as BIAs to engage with them and ensure that they understand the value of being part of it. And that's certainly something during COVID, all of us have been working very, very hard to engage membership. But there is a legal process because we are a legal structure like any organization. There would be a certain process where they would have to get a certain percentage of business members within that district to petition to say they no longer would want to be a part of it.
Okay. Ms. Soles, question for you. My question is, when you are kind of balancing the act between number of zones and also still keeping I guess the connection with folks whose properties are going to be directly affected by something that's going to be built. How do you think a balance can be established?
Well, right now, there's the opportunity to engage through the consultation process in the MNO before a decision is made. And that has been very helpful. In our community, we have achieved changes to developments unrelated to the variance sometimes that improve the development prior to the application, and there's no need for an appeal. And I'll give you an example. It's totally unrelated to the variance, but we saw a development with a variance that had a shed roof, and the shed roof was angled to the north. And we suggested they reverse it, angle it to the south to have the potential for solar panels. Then we saw something, and another development was built in the same way in the community that had no variances and was built with the shed roof to the north, and they'll have no ability to put in solar panels. That's an example of a kind of improvement that can be made unrelated to the variance in these discussions. And the balance is, is achieved when the community has a voice, and not everybody is a NIMBY.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back for a second round.
Okay, I'll just have a couple of questions. Thank you for everyone who's sharing their thoughts today. And, really, this is a point in time, and we're going to continue to work together to improve it. But I'll have a few specific questions. I'll start with Ms. Samji, and you really referenced the value of the GBA Plus Equity Toolkit, and you said that was key to the success of the work that we're doing. Could you just speak to me what elements you saw were valuable in that?
Of course. So since the creation of the toolkit and starting to see the implementation of it, I've seen more people come to engagement sessions and to the different webinars to provide input on these changes as we move forward. Often, I know I'm quite the frequent flyer at council, and there are similar voices to mine that come. But we only get better as a city when we start to include other voices and other lived experiences that often don't have time to spend hours at council. As much as I enjoy this, we need to create a system to allow for those voices and those experiences to come forward. One example that I had at an engagement session just earlier last week was a woman who lived in a neighborhood just outside of Ritchie, and she talked about how she's lived in her neighborhood for the past 30 years, and she is just craving and dying for a Ritchie market to come to her neighborhood. Because what she's seen is that young families move to the area not because of anything except for the brewery. They want a place to go at night, to hang out with their partner and their friends that's family friendly, and you can create those spaces. And I think at one point, urban planning principles showed that would be not the case with things like breweries. But we've seen through our lived experiences that schools around Ritchie have started to bring back local kids instead of having kids bust in. And so we need to be a little bit more diverse in the way that we approach our zones and approach our uses. And I think we only have gotten there because of the work around the GBA Plus toolkit.
Well, thank you very much. I certainly appreciate that, because I think we really want to hear all those voices, and that'll really give us a better understanding of the community and the richness. And if there's barriers, we need to address them. So thank you for that. Next, I'll go to Ms. Salvador. You talked about the value of embedding flexibility, but you talked about a concern about properties, for example, near the TOD. And that was a very specific example. Did you see any other things that you wanted to flag going forward?
So, overall, I'm, as I mentioned, very, very pleased with the direction that things are going. And a lot of fantastic work has been done. And I guess the point that I was bringing up around, TOD scenarios or properties along primary nodes and corridors, I'm almost looking one step ahead, so that, once the new zoning bylaw is in place, are there going to be channels for property owners who would like to help us develop those nodes and corridors to densities that are envisioned in the city plan? Are there going to be easy channels for them? Because at present, it seems like they're going to have to go through the traditional rezoning process, which of course is subject to quite significant risk and uncertainty. So that's the only concern I really had, Councillor Esslinger. But other than that, I'm incredibly pleased with the direction.
Thank you, and I'm going to ask that question on your behalf. My final question will go to Ms. Clausen. You talked about the value of technology, and I think you referenced specifically notifications. Is there other areas of technology you've thought of?
Yeah, I think that it may be helpful to have an online platform that kind of helps demystify how zoning works. I know we have our SLIM maps, but it's zoning, and I know when I first came into this role as not being an urban planner, is very complicated. And I think that there's opportunities for the city and the zoning bylaw renewal team to look at ways to make it more accessible, which has been shared by lots of folks. And I would certainly agree that going through this process has made it easier for lay people to understand what zoning means. So there may be ways through technology to make it more accessible to understand if you live in a particular neighborhood or you're working in a particular area, what that zoning means and what land use means to your neighborhood and how that impacts you every day.
Thank you, and technology, and the citizen guide is part of the equity toolkit, so I'm sure we'll have some more discussion on that. Thank you. I'll go now for round two. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, just two more questions. Maybe I'll start with Ms. Salvador, because I just want to explore a little bit, because I have huge sympathy with what you're suggesting. I'm wondering, and it'll be part of the question I'll ask administration. It seems to me it's going to be a big enough challenge rezoning the entire city without raising the questions of changing where certain kinds of zoning are allowed, which I'm guessing is probably more appropriate, I think, which you raised as part of the district planning piece. Because it will allow for a contextual conversation of where upzoning should be happening. So thoughts about that? I just thought I'd give you a chance to respond to that, because I completely agree we need to do that work. I'm just wondering if it's going to make this process way too complex.
Yeah, for sure. And, through engagement process, I have brought this up a few times, and it really does come down to a scoping issue. And whether or not we really have the capacity to do that within the work that's being done for zoning bylaw renewal, or if it would better be, housed under district plan or even growth management framework. So I don't have the answer to that.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I do think it needs to be discussed. Where that is, I don't know. But
I agree. I mean, having being part of a number of fairly recent ARPs where we didn't do the rezoning, and I think have lived to regret it. I think probably that work needs to be done, but it seems to me that has more to do with the local context and understanding it. If we did it as a kind of blanket piece, my worry citywide, and said anybody on a corridor, this is what it is, we might miss local nuance. That's my only worry. So,
yeah, for sure, and I share that.
Yeah.
I would say, and again, just my experience having sat in on both the district planning and zoning bylaw engagement sessions, it seemed like it wasn't really happening in either, to be very honest.
Fair enough.
So that's why I'm bringing it up today.
Yeah, and that, I know we're early days on the district planning, but I think that's, an interesting question we have to wrap our minds around. And I would argue that if we're going to do the district planning, we should do the rezoning at that point, once we understand what those district plans are, and not doing it is probably going to create grief. Ms. Solis, I wanted to just grab one more thing with you around the consultation piece, because and I'm a big fan of consultation, that kind of discussion. But I really want to wrap my mind around, and I think you answered these questions a little bit prior, what we would gain, and I'll just contextualize my question. If we're getting to the point where there's going to be hopefully less discussion about variances and less discussion around, that those kind of things are going to be out of the picture, I'm very aware with the obligation the province makes us do to consult on the subdivision issues, but there's actually no power to do anything about it, that we create a false expectation. And we could be in the same situation here. So, I think we need to find a way to do the consultation. I'm completely supportive, but I'm just curious to know what we should be consulting about. Because I think if we don't have clarity about that, it's, you've seen the other side of the subdivision piece. So, that we say, well, we're asking you the question, letting you know this is happening, but you have no power to do anything about it. That's my worry if we get the consultation piece wrong. So thoughts about that?
Really, I don't have any at the moment. I've just been trying to plow through all this material, and knowing we're going to lose the consultation piece in the MNO, just as we have in the other overlays that have been subsumed into the underlying zones. It leaves a gap. It really does. And there's the opportunity for development officers to have broader conversations with applicants, but they don't have a lot of time. They have a full plate. So sometimes it's very helpful when the community has that opportunity to look at a plan and say, hey, did you think about this or that? And we've had success with that. And I don't know how it would ever take place again.
Yeah, and but I'm wondering if it shouldn't just be, with what you're talking about, I think needs to be built into the system, but I'm not sure it's strictly speaking just the MNO. It's probably good practice. I'm worried that what we be consulting about if more stuff is going to be sort of clearer cut and as of right, and there, you know, you're not going to be looking at variances in hopefully the same kind of way in the future. So okay. I'll have to think it through, and I'll ask some questions about that. But you just think that it's important to have for the DO to have access and the developer to have access to local knowledge and local information. That's
Yes,
what
I
we
would
need to
agree
do.
with that.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Katarina.
Thank you. Just to continue on, Ms. Salvador, I wanted to give you the opportunity in your perspective, given all the work that you've been involved in with this plan on comprehensive enough. You've identified some challenges that you're anticipating down the road. Are there anything in regards to DCs that you identified as possible challenges, or whether they're comprehensive enough dealing with that with the new city plan and these changes?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Katarina. So for me, I'm not going to repeat what Ms. Jurzak said. Just I would echo what her comments were previously. But in general, I mean, we're still in fairly early days, and I think we've heard today that some of those details do have to be ironed out, and I think they will be. So I'm honestly not overly concerned. I think administration is doing a fantastic job, and some of those challenges will be dealt with. I've also been pleased to see that transition from strictly DCs towards more conventional zoning. I think that just adds another layer of certainty for industry members. And it's indicative that we're going in the right direction in my mind. So yeah, that's all I add on that front.
Thank you, Ms. Salvador. And to Ms. Jurzak, GBA Lens certainly has been front of mind on this. The one area of it, though, have we used a seniors lens in all this? I know we haven't heard much from seniors groups and their lived experiences and what they would have to offer, obviously, in their lived experiences, which would be more comprehensive than many others. But has that been part of the GBA in your mind? Have we explored that group, or have we invited them into this discussion on the changes that would affect them directly as well?
Yeah, you raise a great point, Councillor Katarina. I personally am not aware, so that may be a question that my colleague, Ms. Samji, could answer, or that administration would be better positioned to answer.
Yeah, Ms. Samji, if you have any comments on that, and I will ask administration, but from your perspective.
So from my experience going through helping to build the GBA Plus and Equity Toolkit, there were people of all different demographics, both in gender and sexuality and age and cultures, which was really lovely to see. It wasn't just all one age group or one culture. It was really diverse, and so I don't know how much more they could have done to be inclusive. I've never been a part of a process that was that inclusive and equitable.
Okay, thank you for that perspective on that, and I'll ask administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. Ms. Hardstaff, it will be a miss if I don't ask you a question there. I know that you mentioned in the presentation and also in your written submission that you would like to have, I guess, the presentation or I guess availability of ombudsman's and public consultations office. Okay. Could you tell me what would that do? Because what administration is trying to do is trying to eliminate red tape, I guess, and then eventually streamline the process.
Oh, yes, I'm on. Okay. Well, I thank you very much. Mr. Banga for asking me a question. And I guess where I would go with that is I really do think that the city would be of value for including the gender-based plus equity toolkit to consider the goals for the planning process and the land use policies of the MGA. That goal is stated, planning activities are to be carried out in a fair, open, considerate, and equitable manner. So it completely aligns with that toolkit. It also ensures that all stakeholders are sufficiently informed and provided meaningful participation in the planning process. That includes residents, landowners, community groups, interest groups, and other stakeholders, including industry and the city. And listening to Ms. Samji and some of the other people who spoke today, I hear that they're really engaged and they're really pleased with the engagement. I gotta say though, as a community member, I'm not that engaged, and it's a lot of work to be engaged. And finally, there's also a policy here that says in carrying out their planning responsibilities, municipalities are expected to respect the rights of individual citizens and landowners, and to consider the impact of any policy or decision within the context of the overall public interest. And my concern is that, there's cumulative planning activities happening, and they're all going to have a cumulative impact on the people who will live next to infill redevelopment. I have read Dr. Agarwal's report, and I just find it kind of, in some ways, particularly the section under community engagement, it creates more heat than light. I think really what needs to happen with the city and engagement on the zoning bylaw and district planning and all of the other things that are going on, there needs to be a concerted effort to build bridges and to really make the bylaw what the city plan intends, which is inclusive and compassionate. Just to give you a little bit of background, I have been a BVOR sponsor for 5 Syrian families, and I was responsible for finding housing for these people. And they came with language barriers, cultural barriers, trauma. They didn't have job skills. There were all kinds of things that were barriers to them. The zoning bylaw, the inequities in the zoning bylaw didn't even factor in. And, I think that there's a lot of inequity in the world that needs to be considered. And so I really think that in some ways, what I'm seeing is that the city invests a lot in engagement with industry, and fine, they have very similar objectives. But I do believe that everyone has valuable input to provide, including mature neighborhood communities elsewhere in the city, residents, and all of the vulnerable and marginalized and types of people that were interviewed for this zoning bylaw equity toolkit, the community conversation. Just incidentally, I read that as well. There were not that many comments. There was no comments actually about the mature neighborhood overlay. There was a few references to NIMBYism, but I do think that perhaps an ombudsman would be helpful in just ensuring that engagement is equitable for everyone, and that it produces a broader spectrum of results and input into planning processes.
Thank you. Ms. Samji, just a quick question for you. I know some of us are employed, and that's our job to be here at these meetings, and some others who are sitting at home and they don't have anything. How do you think this will, neglect their input?
Just for a point of clarification, are you speaking to the changes that we're making in the zoning bylaw renewal or the creation of the equity toolkit?
No changes, please.
So I often bug my parents on the weekend about the work that I get to do in the weekdays, and talk to them about how their neighborhoods will evolve, because they're small business owners. This is not their day job. They don't speak the technical language that often involves policy. And I can see through those conversations and conversations with my friends that they don't know what I'm saying. They don't know why it's important, but they know that it's so complicated that they can't even get in. It's like trying to learn stocks if you're not in finance. It's too complicated for people. We need to make it more accessible. We need to make the language more accessible. We need to make it easier for people to rebuild, reuse, readapt as we build up our mature neighborhoods, both in the residential and commercial context, because we have these gorgeous neighborhoods with amazing people and amazing infrastructure in it, and we haven't created a system to allow people to equitably and easily access those neighborhoods. We have created a very cumbersome process that people often have to go through and hire expensive consultants and talk to people and try and find the right person to get answers. And often, if you're a person who's not involved in this daily, you don't know how to get there. So I'm hoping that through this whole process, we create a system that allows for a person who doesn't regularly interact with the zoning bylaw, who doesn't regularly think about land use, is able to move through the process easily.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that's all the questions that we have for you. Thank you all for coming and sharing your thoughts with us today. We are going to turn our attention over to the administration, and I'll begin with Councillor Henderson.
Whole bunch of questions. So maybe I'll start with one that's sort of elemental that popped to mind, and I'm just wondering if we've done any research on this. By going, and I think there may be advantages and disadvantages to what I'm worried about here, but by going with one residential zone, have we done any research on what that may do to land values? Because if it goes wrong, it may mean, ironically, that you end up in a situation where either land values mean that only one built form really becomes possible, or alternatively it becomes unaffordable. Certain kinds of built forms become more unaffordable. So I'm just wondering if and maybe the idea that only one becomes economically viable is not a bad thing, but I just thought I should ask that question because it does cross my mind that we may be playing with fire here in terms of what we do to land values.
That's a great question, Councillor Henderson. It is something we are considering. We are working closely with industry to help understand what the implications of the zones are. We are also, through the discussion papers, it was contemplated to have one residential zone, but through additional engagement, analysis, and consultation, we may have more than one residential zone in the zoning bylaw.
We'll have more than one, I understand it, yeah, sorry, but I'm talking, but in each category,
yes.
By going with a broader spread in there, it does cross my mind that we might, because we've seen that happen in certain neighborhoods already where certain kinds of things that we may want to see happen just become unviable because the land values jack up.
Yep, that's definitely something we're looking at.
Okay. And just to do a double check, because I'm not seeing anything in here right now where we are, because part of this is based on form rather than use or specifics. So obviously we've known all the way along, and you know that in certain ones of our zones, the building can be, the restrictions in our zones right now will restrict the size of the building, the height of the building, and all those kind of things, and the placement of the building, but not, for instance, the number of units you can have in it. So, but have we done any work yet on those kind of form questions, or is that kind of a next step?
That is part of the next step, and we've done some looking, like form-based analysis in terms of the shape and the size and the use, that type of thing, and I'll pass it to Ms. Bellone to complement that answer.
Yes, Councillor, we've hired a regulatory advisor that has been working with us on the form-based zoning. So we are looking at, as Ms. Petrin said, around 2 lower density zones, and one would be more use-based and the other one would be more form-based. And so we're looking at form-based type regulations for that zone.
Because the form-based pieces may, if we're going to understand the bits that are important about the MNO, for instance, the form-based pieces should be able to answer most of those questions if we get them right, correct? I mean, MNO is essentially a form-based, regulation at the moment.
That's right. So for example, active frontages where you have to have windows and doors and a porch. So there needs to be some kind of activity, with the sidewalk and the street. So yes, the form-based code would address quite a few of the regulations that are in the mature neighborhood overlay.
And presumably that would make them applicable in greenfield situations as well. Or are we looking at a distinction there?
Yeah, we're looking at more of a use-based zone for the low-density residential in the greenfield areas,
So-
car-oriented.
Oh, that's
instead of-
interesting. So we are still thinking about more than one kind of zone here then?
That's correct. Yeah, the discussion papers last summer and fall were our first attempt at reducing the number of zones to 15 zones. As we worked through this with our consultants, as we heard feedback from Edmontonians and from the industry that we didn't have it quite right. And so right now the proposal is between 20 to 25 zones.
You know, it's an interesting question, you know, that, you know, given the success of our mature areas, you know, my feeling is, you know, we got into a bad habit of building a different kind of neighborhood in Greenfield, and I think there's a legitimate question there about whether or not that's necessarily in our best interest going forward. But, okay, that'll be part of the next discussion then.
That's correct.
That's
right. I'm interested in, and let's go, because this idea of variance versus, you know, and losing that variance power, you know, I've been nervous about this in the past, but it'll lead to the question about the consultation piece, is that we've used it as a tool to negotiate, and I was never convinced that that was what variances were for and an appropriate tool, but I think it does raise an interesting question there about our ability to negotiate better answers to things and what kind of tools we may or may not have around that. Have you had a look at that at all?
Referring to the conditional uses, I think we'll never stop the collaborative process to ensure, you know, appropriate design outcomes. But having the conditional uses does improve that transparency and predictability. But I'll pass it to Ms. Ballone to just speak to the analysis around discretion and the work of the development officer.
Yeah, thanks, Kim. Yeah, right now, there's a lot of uncertainty when we have discretionary uses. And a lot of times we're not even sure why the discretionary use is a discretionary use. It probably should be a permitted use. And so the conditional uses will outline those conditions. And if the applicant meets those conditions, it'll be as of right permitted use. Now the applicants can still, if they don't meet those conditional uses, then we will have to do a variance.
Okay,
and then
gotcha.
we would then require to do notification with the surrounding property owners. And this is where we would connect in with the surrounding community to get some feedback on that variance.
Okay, I may come back round about because I think that's an interesting discussion. Great, thank you very much. I'm out of time. I'll have to come around for a second round.
Thank you. Councillor Katarina?
Thank you. Ms. Ballone, I think you've answered this already, but it's fair to say that this is a work in progress right now, that we haven't refined it to the point where that's what exactly it's going to be. Still a lot of question marks, obviously, that have come forward even as of today. So would that be fair to say, Ms. Ballone, first to start with?
That's correct, Councillor. The last 6 months really has been resolving some of those issues that were raised through those discussion papers last year. And then we created a lot of foundational documents to help us with the writing of the bylaws. So the equity toolkit, we created a decision informing tool, a plain language writing guide. So all of these foundational items will help us writing the bylaw. And the official start date of writing the bylaw is July 2nd. So we're going to be in writing mode here this week.
So what you've heard today, what you'll continue hearing, obviously, suggestions one way or the other are going to be in the work plan going forward to refine those points. Do you have a timeline of when the final report will be complete?
So our writing period will be from July to December. And during that time, we will mostly be doing engagement internally with our development approvals team, our inspections team, and through our project sponsors. We will have a draft bylaw by the end of the year. It may be an 80% bylaw. We may not have it, fully completely done, but the intent is that all the zones will be drafted and we will start engaging with Edmontonians for 3 months, so from January to March. And we have hired an engagement advisor, and so the engagement advisor is going to help us with our planning for that engagement, because we it's going to be hard to engage on a draft bylaw, and we're going to have many different audiences. We know we need to reach out to underrepresented communities, marginalized communities, and so we have various different audiences, and we have to create our engagement to encourage Edmontonians to participate. And there's going to be different levels. Some, industry stakeholders, community members are going to go right into the details, but others will be more of a high level and wondering how this bylaw will impact them.
Thank you. So with that, different audience in that, and the question that I had asked, and I need your take on it from the GBA lens. So where do the seniors fit into this? I know that we don't get there. We haven't had it today, but are they part of the groups that we are asking or requiring information from? Are they involved in this, or how much they're involved would be helpful for me to understand that perspective. They've lived the longest, let's put it that way, and they certainly could share a lot of either valuable or nuanced information.
You're right. Yeah, you've heard about these community conversations where we had conversations with 20 different Edmontonians from diverse perspectives. We interviewed a variety of different people with different ethnic backgrounds, different income, different age, gender identity, race, sexual identity. And so we really made sure that we tried to had a broad group that we were interviewing. And then moving forward, as part of our engagement from March to June, we will be reaching out to different groups of people.
Okay, terrific. Thank you very much, Ms. Malone, and thanks for the report, all of you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Banga.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Malone, I would probably go right to you first. The whole idea of having these rezoning sort of compactness is to reduce the number of, public hearings and also appeals, or increase the, certainty of the process. Is that what it is?
Yes, Councillor Banga, we want to have more flexible zones. And by reducing the number of zones that we have now to between 20 and 25, we're anticipating less rezonings. We also want less rezonings to direct control districts and to special areas as well. There'll still be a role for direct control districts, but the intent is that we will have more flexible and more broad zones and uses. And so we're hoping to see less rezonings in the future.
Okay. So when you say flexible, it still has to be in the confines of what is, mentioned or specified in a zone, but it's not the flexibility to change it, is it?
So for example, we do have quite a few residential zones that are all pretty much doing the same thing. And so right now you're seeing a lot of rezonings, maybe from RF1 to RF2, RF1 to RF3. And so what we're hoping is that the consolidation of these zones will enable the city that we envision in the city plan, but we're also going to see less rezonings come through.
Okay. So again, the requirements are going to change from for the public hearing notification process and whatnot. You think that would be leaving some people behind, irrespective of their what's happening in their neighborhood, and also how it is going to affect their property values or just the property itself?
Councillor Banga, I think the part of the notification process for the changes that we're making, that really is a question I would say that we would look to council to give direction on as we implement the city plan and that policy direction that's in the plan. It does assume a level of intensification within our city because it's based on the premise of growth within our boundary. And in order to get that growth within our boundary, it does mean a different set of development rights for Edmontonians. And what we are trying to do is create trust in the system and be very honest about where there is an opportunity for engagement with Edmontonians and where there isn't an opportunity for engagement. And that's why we're looking at that notification process and having an understanding of what are the development rights that an individual would get associated with that. So yes, there will be trade-offs in that, and that not all Edmontonians will be brought along on the journey. There's been multiple engagement processes through the development of Connect Edmonton, through the development of City Plan, and now through the development of the zoning bylaw. And we will see some of those trade-offs through the engagement with the zoning bylaw, but in order to create the type of city that is thriving, prosperous, vibrant, and inclusive, this is administration's best recommendation on how to get there.
Councillor Banga, I'll just pass it to Ms. Ingpin to speak to the public hearing notification as well.
Yeah, and Councillor Banga, just to clarify, in terms of adjusting the notifications for public hearing, what we're proposing in the report relates to a rezoning of 500 or more parcels. So the Municipal Government Act allows us as a municipality to create a bit of a different process when we have that bulk type rezoning. And so that's what we're discussing in the report is that forthcoming or near the end of this year, we're going to be bringing a bylaw that outlines a plan on how we can notify the whole city effectively of the rezoning process that is part and parcel with the new zoning bylaw. So just to clarify that, we're not proposing to change the process necessarily for your regular everyday every 2 weeks public hearing, but rather for this zoning bylaw process or any other process where we would have 500 or more parcels that we were zoning at one time. So I hope that clarifies.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just have a few questions, and I really appreciate it. This is just a, excuse me, an update on where you are, and I really enjoyed reading the GBA Plus toolkit and how that's informing your work. Now, when I read that, it really talks about using simplified language. It talks about the transparency to make sure people understand what's happening. It has some other recommendations on reforming the appeal process and even citizen guides. Are those things that you're exploring as part of, as moving forward? Citizen guides seem very aligned to simplifying the language and making it clear for people. Is that where you're going on that?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Isinger. Certainly, this is a really important piece of work for that inclusive, compassionate city. There are some aspects that we will be able to implement through the zoning bylaw renewal, and there are some pieces of it that are other projects. So I'll pass to Ms. Ballone just to add to that in terms of some of the items that the study suggested.
So the work that we did for the GBA Plus Equity Toolkit, the research, the best practices, working with the university and through our community conversations, there's really two barriers that came out of this: communication barriers and historical negative externalities. So the communication barriers are really around how the bylaw is written and presented and how people access it. So we really need to, as we write plain language in the bylaw, we use visual aids, translation services, and also through the technology, we hope to provide some equity measures around the communication of the bylaw itself. But then the historical negative externalities are really where regulations or a suite of regulations have generated barriers over time to housing, open space, things like that. So this toolkit will really help the planner and administration to understand what those barriers are and figure out some equity regulations. If you have any questions about the study itself, we do have Dr. Sandeep Agrawal here, and he could speak to some of the recommendations that he had in his report. Councillor Isinger, if you wish.
Thank you. And I guess I was curious when I read there, and I heard a couple of the speakers speak today about the Ombudsman office and the value of that, because I wasn't sure where you were going with that.
So that is a recommendation in Dr. Agrawal's study. He's here. So if you would like to wish him to respond to that.
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So just back to your question, Councillor. When I looked at the zoning bylaw from equity perspective, I wanted to make sure that we use a holistic approach to equity. Zoning is just one piece of it, but in my report, as you noticed, it talks about public consultation, decision-making processes, and such. So we looked at some of the other best practices across Canada and beyond, and what was interesting to us was the Montreal model, where through bylaw and their own charters in 2006 and 2002, they created these two offices. One is the Ombudsman Office, which is basically to find remedies for any complaints about any inequitable or unjust treatment to Montrealers. So we thought that that would be a good idea for Edmonton. And the second, obviously, is the Office of Public Consultation. I mean, at the moment, as I understand, every unit within the city does its own consultation. If it is about city plan, then they do that. If it's about zoning, then that unit does that. Perhaps this Office of Public Consultation would streamline the consultation process and promotes it, facilitates it, reaches out to much more diverse group of Edmontonians and bring them into the planning and land use matters. So that's what the idea was.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure where that came from, so that makes sense. And I really appreciate that, really, is how do we make sure we're consulting with everyone, and that's what I'm taking from that. So thank you very much. The last comment I wanted to ask was, there was a mention by Ms. Clausen about predatory businesses and whether that should be through zoning or the business license in the future. Is that something we've looked at in part of this work?
Ms. Ballone?
Councillor Esslinger, this was recently brought up at our June engagement that we hosted. We hosted a variety of workshops on uses, zones, and residential areas. And so the BIAs had brought this up. In my understanding, the predatory businesses often was about bad business practices. And this is something generally that the zoning bylaw would not address. And this is where Ms. Clausen had mentioned, you know, is there a role with a business licensing bylaw or another bylaw or policy that could address this? So there's reference to maybe pawn shops. There's also reference to pharmacies, money lending places. So the zoning bylaw does not address business practices, but we can address things like, you know, for pawn stores, we often see bars on the windows, lots of posters on the windows and things like that. And where we can come in is addressing the role of activation to the street, looking at it from a CEPTED point of view, but not the role of how businesses are operated.
Okay, I'm out of time. I might have to ask that again. Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Not to worry. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to get it all in the next one, I don't think either. So just to follow up on where I was last time, so the idea with conditional, I mean, you know, and this is part of the problem with discretionary is we didn't have clarity about what discretion we were using. This gives clarity what discretion we're using, essentially. We're changing the name. We could have called it discretionary and just created some more clarity around it, but that's essentially all this is, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and it doesn't, and in particular because we're going to be putting a whole bunch of zones together, some of which we're going to say this kind of use is not permissible in these kind of circumstances.
That's great. It would be additional regulation that create the conditions in which that use would be permitted.
And I actually quite like the idea because I think it creates some clarity over something that's been really mushy up until now and creates a lot of misunderstanding about when we use discretion and when we don't. But it doesn't take away the ability to then have a further conversation about variance. So that's not going anywhere. Those are two different things, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. I'm interested maybe to do another large one, you know, and we've had conversations offline about this in the past, about this sort of expectation of consultation. And I do think that there's some real value in making sure that people talk to each other. Maybe it's about insisting on kind of a good neighbor conversation or whatever it is. but I'm concerned about losing that entirely. And I actually don't think it probably should just apply to the MNO. I mean, it doesn't, in some ways, there's no one to talk to, and there's no neighbor to talk to in a Greenfield situation often. But I'm wondering if we've done any thinking on that, because I think there's something about making sure that we don't, I think there's something that's important about being able to garner local knowledge in making some of these decisions that I'm scared gets lost here. So any thinking on that?
I think there's a number of things. I think it's how we translate the vision of city plan to Edmontonians and what that might mean as it relates to the zoning bylaw. I think when it comes to development and people developing in communities, recognizing the importance of talking to their neighbors, and we have a number of tools and conversation guides that we encourage people to use. But
I think we may have, I think the advantage of the MNO is it obligated conversations, and I think I think we have had so much grief and pushback about good situations that could have been better if conversations had happened. And that's so much in the infill discussion that creates bad will, where maybe the bad will is avoidable. I've been pushing from this all the way along that I think in the zoning bylaw there is a public consultation piece that I think will save us grief going down the road. Understanding it may not be about things, there may be things that are as of right that, and how we pitch that, I don't know, but I think there has been some huge value in obligating the conversation. So thoughts about that?
I think that's something we can consider when we're putting together the regulations, particularly for the residential zones. We still have requirements around the sign, the development permit sign that creates a point of contact, and continuing to encourage and recognize the importance of neighbors to speak to each other.
Yeah, because it probably is not about just mature neighborhoods, it's about existing neighborhoods, quite frankly, because these issues are going to spread into some of the established neighborhoods. We're going to have the same issues in the next 10, 20 years that we've had in the mature neighborhoods. So I just would really want to flag that. I think there's part of what the learning from the MNO there that may need to be revised, but I think it's worth grabbing in terms of hoping that we have better relations as we move forward on these questions.
Agreed, Councillor Henderson, and Ms. Owen is actually the other co-sponsor on this work, and her and I have had some conversations and have been engaging with the team on this, and we'll continue to engage on the team as we enter into the next phases. And I would say it's not just the zoning bylaw, there's a number of other major policy documents such as the growth management framework, that also need to understand what the community voice is and the importance of that community voice as we develop.
Yeah, and just to, I know it's not an easy thing to do. I think there's a lot of creative thinking would need to go into this, but I would, just because it's hard shouldn't mean we shouldn't do that creative thing. We've had this conversation before, so I just...
Thank you for the feedback, Councillor Henderson. We're constantly thinking about how best to engage with our communities.
I have a bigger conversation. I'll do a quick one here because in my dying seconds. The question about what we would do, the nodes and corridors, I think is our intention at this point as we do the district planning to actually rezone as part of district planning, or are we not far along? Enough in our thinking, because I think we've made some errors in the past about doing ARPs and not doing the rezone as part of it, so I would encourage us to consider that at least.
We're considering it. We don't have the answer yet, but we do know we have to be very thoughtful as we rezone.
Yeah, but it makes more sense to do it then than as part of this exercise, I would think.
Agreed, or a different phase of, or a different body of work.
But the work has to get done at
The
some
work
point.
has to get done. It also has to align to our growth management framework. So we're working that through right now as a leadership team, and we will have more certainty around what that looks like going forward in the coming months.
Great, thanks. I have to come around. Maybe I can get the next ones in one more round. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've asked my question on nodes and corridors. I just wanted to come back to the question on predatory businesses, pawn shops, those kind of things, because I think we've put some distance requirements on some of that. Are we looking to eliminate that and go to a different way of addressing some of the pieces where we have differences, I think, from liquor stores, childcare centers, things like that?
So there are... Oh, go ahead, Ms. Malone.
I was going to ask Mr. Illingworth to answer this question.
Yeah, thanks. So we are considering looking at some of these businesses through, in terms of like framing it around the land use impact specifically. So grouping some of these businesses in with some broader uses, such as an indoor sales and service use. If it's a pawn store, what are the activities that are occurring in that business that would set it apart from other stores that are similar. If it requires additional regulation, as Ms. Ballone referred to earlier, around things like active frontages, we can address that sort of thing. And but we're taking, through this equity lens, we are taking a look at things like those separation distances to determine whether or not that's an equitable way to treat otherwise legal businesses.
We also might need to look at it from the impact of the community. So I think equity can go both ways on those. So thank you very much. Those are my last questions. Councillor Banga, do you have more?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do have a couple more questions.
Okay, I'm just to remind everyone, this is the first item of a full day. We're ending by 3:30, so just heads up. Councillor Banga, then Councillor Henderson, and I'm sure he'll move it when he's done.
Okay. Dr. Agarwal, I got a question for you. Again, I understand the whole idea of this is to streamline the process and maybe to some extent, I guess, future-proof. In your, I guess, dealings with other cities, and you listed the example of Montreal, are there any examples that it actually did streamline the process in a, at least for the time being?
Councillor, in regards to the Montreal example, it did streamline the process. It freed up planners and zoning folks to do what they are doing, and then it sort of parcels out the consultation process to this office that manages the entire thing in terms of facilitating, advertising, reaching out, promoting, being inclusive, and so on. So that did happen, but I would say Montreal is the only one that comes to my mind that has done that. But if you want me to go back a little bit about the conditional use, I can talk a little bit about that as well, because kind of the two things are related.
Please do.
So conditional use, as I have proposed in my report, will bring in more transparency, predictability, because what we saw that it's a discretionary use that triggers, and this is my word, excessive amount of notifications and consultations and appeals. So if conditional use could take some of that and make it very clear to Edmontonians, the city staff, and everyone else involved, I think it will remove some of the issues that are around consultation. And then if there are any variants to the conditional use, then we go through the process that we currently have. So that sort of is the way, at least I was thinking in my report. And then if we have the public consultation office, then that will manage all sorts of consultation, whether it's about the city plan, district planning, zoning bylaw, what have you.
Councillor Banga, I just want to be super clear. We're extremely thankful for the research that we've done jointly with the University of Alberta. And those are recommendations to us. And right now we're in the phase of reviewing those recommendations as we move into the next phase of the project and determining which recommendations we will implement and which recommendations we will perhaps not implement. So the Ombudsman is a good example of one that we would absolutely need to understand if that was a good example for the Edmonton context or not, and we're still working through that, Councillor Banga.
Thank you. Got it.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Councillor Henderson.
Okay, I'll try and see if I can get these into 5 minutes. A whole bunch of little ones that I picked up that I just wanted to flag. One of them is very specific, and it's the fraternity and sorority piece. And I would caution. I realize it's really only affecting one neighborhood, but we finally got it worked out in that neighborhood, and it's been serving us well for a couple of decades now, and it was major grief before. So I would just have a look at that one. If you lose that entirely, it doesn't affect very much of the city. But in Garneau, it's been particularly important in being able to have good relations there. So just a flag.
I'll take that away. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's good feedback.
I'm guessing the rear lane access piece, or the access only from the rear lane that's in the M&O, which, has been hard fought, and we continue to try and tighten up. Suggestion there is not to lose it, but to actually look at it citywide, I'm guessing, yes?
That is what we're considering on how it would be applied and in what context.
Great, because I think it'd be devastating to lose that. And the same, the rear attached garage, just a heads up, my memory is, and it actually ties in, the whole issues of sunlight and privacy in the backyard. Again, these are things that are in that overlay. But, we spend an awful lot of time arguing about both of those. With the rear attached, it's the long wall next to somebody's yard and the sunlight and privacy. I think the backyards and the lining up of houses at the back is turning out, sounds like it's becoming more important than the front yard. So those are the kind of things we'll look at in the next stage, I suppose, in the form-based conversations.
That's exactly it, yeah.
Great. I'm interested in this orientation, auto orientation piece, and I think it also ties into the question of things like some of our overlays, and I don't know what our intentions are. So, the Main Street overlay, I think, was again, hard fought and hard worked out. So we're not necessarily, can we deal with this question of where you would allow auto orientation and drive-throughs as part of a kind of overlay conversation, or is that the idea, or do we know yet?
I'll just pass that question to the team, Ms. Bellone.
Mr. Illingworth is going to cover that question.
Yeah, so we are, as with the residential zones, we are exploring additional commercial and mixed-use zones that would allow us to deal with different contexts in different ways. Our initial proposal that we put forward was really to try to capture what's the minimum critical structure of a zoning bylaw. And we've been told through engagement with citizens and through industry that there would be challenges with trying to go too broad with a couple of these zones, and in particular in that commercial context. So we're looking at more of a form-based approach for some of our more urban environments, and allowing for different types of forms, including auto-oriented forms for the more suburban environments.
Yeah, because I noticed you are suggesting a carve out in the food stuff for drive-in food services, but that same carve out doesn't exist in the indoor sales and services. Well, it says indoor, but the reality is we know there's other kind of drive-throughs. So is that something that may need to be looked at?
Yes, we can take that one away.
Okay. And then the last big one is the energy transition piece. And I was interested in some of the presentation on that. I mean, it's not that the work that's in here isn't great, but the stuff we've really been talking about, the naughty problem here, which is stuff that really should be in the building code, but we don't have any jurisdiction over. And so far, we haven't gone near that. And I'm just wondering if there are tools. We're hearing, about some other cities that are using some incentives. If we don't do it here, we're 10 years down the road waiting for the province and the feds to do it, and we talked about using the zoning. So especially if it's something that we can do with incentives or rather than regulation, I'm just wondering if we've looked at that.
There are tools for sure, and we'll be looking at that as we work on the incentive framework for the energy transition strategy. And of course, we're not going to get everything in the first version of the zoning bylaw, the new version of the zoning bylaw, and as we implement those new tools, those are the types of things we can continue to look at as we roll out those incentive programs.
Well, I know I'm a broken record on this, but given how much time we don't have on this issue, I don't know if we can, I would really, really encourage you to be as courageous as you can be on this one. And right now, I'm seeing some good stuff, but not dealing with that question. We still seem to be shying away from it. I realize it's tricky, but it's the only tool that we have. And I think we probably need to consider stepping up a little bit more here if we can.
Understood. Councillor Henderson will continue to look at that as we're in the writing phase of the policy, or
Right.
of the bylaw, sorry.
Good. I think that's everything. I think I got all my questions in, believe it or not.
Then I think you're moving to receive
Then I will move to
information.
receive this for information. And thanks, everybody, for letting me go that extra round. It will probably be my last crack at this, so I didn't want to lose the window. Thanks.
I don't know if people wanted to speak to it. I think you just spoke to it.
Yeah, I don't need to, no, I raised all my questions, and we'll see
Perfect.
what happens next.
All right, then I will call the question. Please vote on receiving this information. Thank you for all that hard work.
I'm just missing Councillor Banga's vote and Mayor Iveson's vote.
I'm a yes, for some reason.
Thank you,
Keeps-
Councillor Banga. And it looks like the mayor has dropped off the call.
So display the vote that we have. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who did that hard work. Now, agenda management. We are going to do our best. We're going to go right into 6.5. We have a speaker there. We should be able to get that one done before lunch. We'll have to look at what happens because we only have 2 hours after lunch to complete the rest of the agenda, so we'll work on that. But let's go right away to the presentation on 6.5, and then we'll hear from our speaker.
Good afternoon, or sorry, good morning, committee. We're here today to share some information about new work that's underway now on Edmonton's most significant River Valley plans. This project, the River Valley Planning Modernization, consists of 2 streams of work: completion of the Ribbon Green Plan and the renewal of the North Saskatchewan River Valley Redevelopment Plan, sometimes referred to as the River Valley Bylaw. With me here today to present the overview and results of the first phase of the project are Lindsay Butterfield, the Director of the Urban Growth Area, as well in Open Space, as well as the project leads, Agnisha Kooka and Angela Hobson. I'm now going to pass it to Lindsay.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next slide, please. The city plan identifies the River Valley and Ravine system as the backbone of Edmonton's Green and Blue Network, our system of open space. The work described today will implement many of the policy directions of the city plan and help us achieve big city moves. The renewed Ribbon of Green Plan and River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan will provide decision-making guidance and direction for future site-specific planning, so that the things that we value most about Edmonton's River Valley and ravines are recognized, protected, and supported. So through this project, we will be greener as we grow by expanding the urban forest, sequestering carbon, protecting natural areas, and providing green space for a growing population. We'll create a community of communities by planning for active transportation connections to and through the River Valley and supporting spaces appropriate for gathering and celebration. We'll catalyze and converge by helping the city attract visitors and a talented workforce by protecting our most ecologically and culturally significant place. We'll foster a rebuildable city by supporting the creation of trails and essential park services where it makes sense, while renewing existing ones. And finally, we'll be inclusive and compassionate by incorporating Indigenous perspectives into supporting a river valley that is accessible and welcoming for Indigenous peoples who have strong ties to this land, as well as newcomers and other marginalized people. Next slide. So what does it mean to say we're modernizing the River Valley planning framework? The Ribbon of Green and River Valley ARP were originally developed in the 80s and 90s. At that time, the city of Edmonton was about 600,000 people, and there were different development pressures compared to those that our city experiences today. So today, the River Valley and Ravine system support an Edmonton metro area population of 1.3 million. That's a number that's expected to grow. As our city and region grows, so does the desire for access and recreation in the River Valley. There are a number of challenges and opportunities inherent in this work, including the impacts of climate change, biodiversity loss, development and growth, and greater demand for River Valley access and use, as well as emerging trends and research in how open spaces are used, managed, and protected. The city plan guides our choice for a vibrant future city of 2 million people. Under the guidance of Greener as We Grow, we've developed a core question for this project, and that is, how will we ensure that the River Valley remains ecologically healthy and provides opportunities for people to access and enjoy it as part of our open space citywide as Edmonton's population grows? So as we progress, we'll be answering this question in different ways. So in the first phase, we've invited input from Indigenous nations and communities, from stakeholder organizations, and from the public to help us understand where are the areas that are highly valued and sensitive, ecologically, culturally, and both together. And then how can we provide opportunities for people to gather, celebrate, and recreate while protecting what's important in nature. Next slide. The Green and River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan, or ARP, build on a history of River Valley stewardship that goes back for generations. These plans have protected the natural heritage of the River Valley and provided opportunities. The River Valley performs irreplaceable ecological function, and it supports physical and mental health and community vibrancy. So the Ribbon of Green plan is our strategic plan for the River Valley. It provides high-level planning guidance for protection, access, and use. The Ribbon of Green Southwest and Northeast was completed in 2020 and focused on planning for growing areas of our city. But prior to the completion of the Southwest and Northeast last year, there was no land use planning guidance for those reaches of the River Valley. You may recall it was shared with Council via a memo for information last June, and we consider it complete, although it's subject to improvement through this project that I'm describing today. The second piece of the River Valley area, the second plan is the River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan. And that provides the rules that guide decisions about proposed River Valley development for things like trails, water treatment plants, and development of parks. As part of the renewal of both of these plans, we have a great opportunity to align their goals and purpose. Administration has also submitted a land development application, or LDA, to amend the boundaries of the River Valley ARP, and that will include River Valley and ravine lands. These are at the southern boundary of the city, and they were part of the 2019 annexation. As part of that application, a text amendment is proposed, which will clarify evaluation and approval processes for different types of projects. More information on that specifically will be provided when the LDA comes forward through the regular process. So back to the Ribbon of Green. Today we're focusing on what needs to be done to protect, manage, and use the valley and ravines, while the ARP focuses on how to realize that direction. As the project proceeds and we can start to confirm what needs to be done, the focus will shift more toward how we can implement the direction. In phase one of the project, which is just now coming to a close, our conversations have focused primarily on Ribbon of Green. Next slide, please. Modernizing our River Valley strategy and statutory plan will occur over 4 phases. So we are just coming to the end of phase 1, and this project will run until the end of 2022. The piece we're currently wrapping up involves the vision and values developed in the Southwest and Northeast Ribbon of Green. We're reviewing and confirming that, and work in this phase also includes identifying existing issues and opportunities in the study area to inform land use planning priorities in subsequent project phases. In phase 2, which will run till the end of this year, we'll complete mapping for the study area, identify programming and land use direction, and begin to identify how the regulatory tools in the area redevelopment plan can support implementation of Ribbon of Green. In the phases 3 and 4, which will happen next year, we'll draft, refine, and complete the strategy and plan content, and also develop the regulatory framework to align our strategic long-term guidance with decision-making and regulatory oversight. We're going to engage with Indigenous nations and communities, stakeholder organizations, and the public in every phase of the project to understand the study area and the planning context from different perspectives. Next slide. So as I mentioned, phase 1 engagement was completed. It was done virtually, and we really focused on 2 things. And the first is revisiting and refining the vision, guiding principles, and land management classifications. And the second focus was deeply understanding our current study area, learning from the community what places are valued and need protection, what challenges need to be addressed, and what places need to be restored or renewed. We also sought early feedback on the River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan, including what works well now and what may need to be improved. Members of the general public and stakeholder groups were invited to participate in a few ways. So there was a series of virtual workshops, including 2 for stakeholder organizations and 2 public workshops for anyone who wanted to sign up. We also had an online portal available with project information, engagement questions, and an interactive map, so people could share comments about specific places that are special to them. We provided a discussion guide that could be completed online, or it could be emailed or mailed to us. And then we also met individually with stakeholders at their request. So what we learn will help us to apply the land management classifications to the current study area, and also to identify planning priorities for different areas in the River Valley. And that work will be presented in phase 2. Next slide. We recognize that the thousands of years of River Valley stewardship and use by Indigenous peoples significantly predates the city's protection efforts, which started in 1905. Some of the River Valley lands were reserve lands set aside for specific nations, and some were farmed and surveyed as river lots. We acknowledge that Indigenous communities were not included in our planning and conservation efforts involving the River Valley through the creation of the original plans, but we're committed now to building relationships and ensure that does not happen again, and to make amends. 31 Indigenous nations and communities were invited to participate in workshops, and 13 answered our invitation for phase 1, and we held a workshop with each one individually. Our engagement results are still being summarized and evaluated. We just wrapped up our engagement process in the last couple of days. So detailed reporting of what we heard and the feedback and how that will be incorporated into the work will be available in the coming months. However, I just want to touch on some key themes. From our conversations with Indigenous nations and communities, we heard a desire for increased recognition of Indigenous heritage and traditional uses, a desire for more opportunities to gather and to hold ceremony, the importance of protecting the natural environment, including sites that contain sacred plants, and a desire for participation in the planning and decision-making process for the Valley. Through the public and stakeholder engagement, we heard that there's broad support for ecological protection and preservation of the natural character of our river, valley, and ravine system. We need to consider all user groups and diverse communities to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to connect to nature and to the river, and that access to nature is very important for physical and mental well-being. And it also can lead to greater participation in environmental education and stewardship. We know that further planning is needed to establish a strategy that balances human use and access with the ecological preservation. The River Valley and Ravine system also was found to provide important opportunities for active transportation connections, as well as social gathering within communities. And there are some concerns with overdevelopment and overuse of some areas. So overall, there's also a desire to incorporate Indigenous perspectives and cultural uses in planning and management of our lands. So that concludes my presentation today. Thank you very much. We look forward to the discussion as it's ongoing.
Thank you very much for that presentation today. Now we'll invite our speaker. We have one speaker under this item. We'll have time to get to her right away. Hopefully we might want to extend to finish this item. So let's go to Linda Duncan. You have 5 minutes, and then we'll ask questions. Linda, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I wanted to, first off, particularly given the discussion about the River Valley, is recognizing that our river lies within Treaty 6 and Métis territory. And I want to thank the administration for the consultation to date and for the extensive mentions about the importance of engaging directly with the First Nation and Métis leadership, government to government. There has been some concern about the term of modernization, and we're looking forward to finding out what that means. I'm hoping that the councillors will all read the brief that was submitted by the Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition, very detailed, but I'm just going to highlight some of those aspects for them. Based on council's interest over decades and Edmontonians, there's clearly a love of the river and of the ravines. And of course, this is really heightened during the pandemic. If you certainly tuned into CBC call-in shows, every time somebody said, okay, where are you escaping to, either to escape COVID or now the heat, it's always the ravines and the river valley. So people value that. It's an important refuge in nature for people, but also for wildlife and for plant life, as our First Nations and Métis peoples tell us. So our recommendation is that in this review and updating, the prominence should be given to strengthening the bylaw. And in the letter that was submitted to you are some recommendations for specifying criteria. The deep concern is that it has been so vague and too much discretion left to administration to approve developments. Secondly, to enforce and comply with the bylaw. The bylaw itself right now admits the city's been the worst in developments in the valley, and we need to now be stronger in enforcement and compliance. Third, we need some kind of a new oversight body to lend substance to the goal of protecting the river valley. It shouldn't simply be left to the administration with individual applications. The bylaw, if we simply look at the River New Green, if you look at all the policies since, the way we grow, the way we green, every one of them says the priority is protection of the river valley. My concern is in this modernization process, you're starting with the population's growing. That is not the intent of protecting the river valley. The top priority has to be measures to ensure protection of the river valley. And then within that, how can we in better ways provide access to people to use the river valley? It will be important to link up the modernization with this initiative by Parks Canada. We've been encouraged that municipalities all along the river have shown an interest, as well as the Métis peoples and the First Nations. We also really encourage this direct engagement with the First Nations and with the Métis peoples, and hats off to the city to improving on that. I really want to enforce that we need to be seriously giving consideration to an oversight body, similar to, for example, Ontario had watershed councils. And then you have full-time oversight taking a look at and making sure that anything that is proposed for the river valley or existing is actually living up to the principles. So we already have many policies that are in place, including the connectivity for wildlife. And unfortunately, with some developments, the city is not living up to those. I give, for one example, the new bridge, where apparently there is not connectivity for wildlife on the south shore of the river. I really appreciated the opportunity to discuss. We have expressed concern that the boundary set for the river valley actually cut off the creeks, and that we have to give consideration to what happens upstream, and that includes with things like proposed coal mines on the source of the North Saskatchewan River. Thank you, Councillor Aaron Paquette, for bringing that to Council's attention. I look forward to questions, and I look forward to the next round of participation, and hats off to the biologists in the city. They need a bigger budget. Thank you.
I'm sure they appreciate that comment, but we're going to start with Councillor Henderson of questions.
At this point, I don't really have any.
Okay.
We're so early in this process. You know, I think the real questions will happen after this moves forward. So thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see anyone else having questions. And again, we are early in the process. So thank you very much. And for joining us today. We will now go to questions of administration if there are some.
No, I'm just curious about how much is intended to open up, and this is going to be a difficult conversation because I think the Edmontonians have very different ideas of what what this means. So, is really everything on the table at this point, or are there parts of that I mean, referencing to the bylaw, is that all part of what we anticipate the discussion to entail?
I'm going to start and then pass it to Ms. Butterfield to give an idea of the scope, but just start with the idea of the stewardship of the River Valley has been stewarded for many, many years through Edmontonians, through previous administrations, and through previous councils, and the importance of the River Valley for our city as a whole, for many generations, is not lost on us as we work on this, and understanding that preservation component of the work has been so critically important in the past. Ms. Butterfield?
Thank you, Stephanie. Yeah, and I'll just echo what you've said already. I think we take the stewardship and the ecological importance of the river valley very, very seriously. That is our number one priority. We recognize, of course, that people want to go to the valley and they want to use it. And so it's about how do we balance opportunities for recreation, for gathering, for things like heritage days, places like Kinsman Park, which are really special to Edmontonians, with what is preserved and conserved. And so that's a tough balance. And we definitely have perspectives on both sides of the ecology recreation spectrum. And our intent is to make sure that where we're providing opportunities to use the valley and to get into it and to gather, that it's done with the ecology front of mind and top of mind.
Is it fair to say as we move forward on this, that it doesn't mean that there's going to be changes to anything, but that hopefully we'll get some clarity out of it? Because I think it has meant certain parts of the bylaw have meant different things to different people, and is the idea to try and get some clarity around that?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. It is about trying to get clarity. And it is about trying to look at, again, what do people want and how do we balance that with how we preserve and steward the land for generations to come.
Yeah, well, I think it's probably time, so I appreciate this. I'm happy to put the motion on the table to receive for information and speak really quickly. I think it's probably time. I don't think this is going to be an easy conversation because I don't think Edmontonians are one mind on this, so. But I think it's a really important one for people to have with each other, and hopefully at the end of the day, we can come up with something that will make the decision-making at this end a little bit clearer and a little bit easier. So good luck.
Thank you. I see no one else, and we've met the motions on the table to receive for information. Please vote. Do we have all the votes, Madam
It's just
Clerk?
looking like it's still loading for me. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. And that is carried 3-1. I think there's an abstain. I don't think you can abstain.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure what happened with this vote here. I'm not a no or an abstain.
Are you a yes?
I'm a yes, please.
Okay, so that is carried 4-0. We'll adjust the records accordingly, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Councillor Caterina will be reflected as in favor.
Okay, thank you. So that we are now finished item 6.5. We're at that time to call the break. I'm going to suggest 6.6 should go straight up to council.
My questions are really quick, but I can ask them at council if necessary, sure.
It's got to go there
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah.
So do we need to requisition that
I'll
to go?
requisition it.
And I'll join you. So 6 is going up to council. We have 2 items left. 6.7 needs to be done before July 6th, and 6.8 needs to be done before July 5th. So I'm going to recommend that we do July 5th when we come back from, item 6.8 when we come back from lunch, and try to get through that, the speakers, and send it back to council. So I need a motion to move that up.
I'm happy to do so. So I'm just trying to remember if there's timing issues on 6.7 as well. Do we not?
It needs to be done by July 6th. The other one needs to be done by July 5th. So I'm trying to,
Yeah, okay. I'm not,
we're going to
okay.
have to figure out how to finish this.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I just, okay. I'm just wondering the value of moving them up, given that, that's all.
Well, let's come back at lunch
Okay,
at 1:30 and figure that out.
Yeah, great.
How's that?
Okay, thanks.
All right, we are adjourned till 1:30. We'll be doing roll call in 30 seconds. Welcome back to the Urban Planning Committee meeting. I'll do a committee roll call, and then we'll start the meeting again. First of all, Councillor Banga.
I'm here, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Katarina.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Henderson.
I am here.
And am I joined by any other members of council?
Good afternoon, Councillor Cartmell here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor McKean here.
Welcome.
So we're not fully abandoned.
I'm not sure. Anyway, at this moment, we have 2 items left. We have 6.7 and 6.8. I'm going to ask a motion to bring forward 6.8 forward.
To bring 6.8 forward, having resisted slightly before lunch, I'm now convinced that bringing 6.8 forward makes the most sense. So,
thank you. Do I have consensus on that?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we've agreed to bring 6.8 forward. We have 3 speakers. We're going to hear from them, and then it'll go back to council for the discussion. I don't think we have any opening remarks. Seeing none, I'm going to invite then the speakers, and the order that I have is Virginia Helleran, Bob Black, and Bob Thompson. You each have 5 minutes, and then please stop at 5 minutes, and we'll continue on, and we'll hear from all 3 right in order. So let's start with Ms. Helleran. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Ms. Helleran, go ahead, please. I think you're on mute. We cannot hear you, Ms. Helleran.
Here we are. There we go. Thank you. I'm sorry. I did say good afternoon to you, Madam Chairman, to all committee members, Mr. Mayor, and council members. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with your committee, and also a thank you to City Council for creating the opportunity, and of course to Councillor Hamilton for bringing the motion forward. I am one member of a committee mandated by a coalition of neighbors to address the problem of excessive traffic caused by people seeking parking on Wolf Willow Crescent to access the Wolf Willow Stairs and accessing the River Valley. Wolf Willow Crescent was a quiet stretch of 100 homes on a winding, narrow crescent that loops off the main thoroughfare, Wolf Willow Road. These meandering curves were never designed for fast or heavy traffic. So the high volumes we are experiencing has made our crescent unsafe. In addition, no neighborhood in Edmonton should be turned into a parking lot, as has ours. At several town halls held in 2008 during the planning phase of the trailhead and the Wolf Willow Stairs, we were assured there would be no parking on Wolf Willow Crescent, and that parking would be designated to the main arteries, Wolf Willow Road and Waniandi Road. There is abundant parking already established. Unfortunately, this promise has never come to pass. However, the unintended consequences did. The failure to protect Wolf Willow Crescent neighborhood from excessive traffic and parking has been a progressive and escalating growth of problems. We are inundated with growing traffic of thousands and thousands of car events per year, as captured by security cameras, and that data will be presented by my neighbor, Bob Black. This volume results in aggressive behaviors, reprisals, illegal U-turns, damage to properties, turning into driveways where children play, defecation, urination behind fences, excessive noise. These problems continue 24/7. The stated parkland hours are ignored and unenforceable, resulting in noise from vehicles and loud conversations night long. We've discussed the issues with EPS, park rangers, peace officers, and all regret that they cannot help as they are understaffed and lack resources. These concerns diminish our safety, they diminish our livability, and they diminish our security. We have negotiated with administration, and we very much appreciate their time and consideration given to our concerns. Unfortunately, our community cannot support their proposal of a 3-hour parking along the 2 green spaces on our crescent. Reasons being, this solution does not mitigate the parking, it only moves it. And most importantly, it does not address the most salient concern of traffic volume and safety issues. So as long as parking exists on Wolfville Crescent, people will seek it. This solution could also exacerbate the issue of safety as frustrated car drivers start to circle to find parking, making more illegal U-turns, more speeding, bad behavior, and disrespecting our community. And finally, it does not give us equal treatment. Some River Valley access sites have parking lots with minimal walks to the destination. And we ask for fair treatment. This is all we're asking. Let the parking be put on the 2 major roads as promised, adding minimal time to visitors who will still access the River Valley. So our ask is to support Councillor Hamilton's motion to give us the opportunity to survey our neighborhood with the expression of interest process for restricted residential parking program. If passed, it would reinstate livability, security, and most of all, safety to our neighborhood. It would mean residents could reclaim their front gardens and children could actually play in their own driveways again. It's a simple solution. It maintains River Valley access while giving our neighborhood relief. It's a win-win. And we believe this could be a blueprint for future development of the River Valley. I thank you so much for your time and attention to addressing our concerns.
Thank you very much.
I would ask, Madam Chair, we had sent an email asking that Bob Black be the next speaker, and I wonder if you're amenable to that?
No, I did mention that at the beginning. I'm sorry, maybe you didn't hear it, that he will be the next speaker.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did miss that. Thank you. Thanks for listening, everyone.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to Mr. Bob Black. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, councillors, and committee members. I would as well like to thank you for providing the opportunity to speak to this issue today. As outlined by Ginny, I'm going to provide some of the volumes of traffic that are causing safety concerns in our neighborhood. We started to monitor the activity and volumes in our neighborhood last summer. The monitoring is related to our safety concerns, vehicle thefts, home break-in, and after discussion with the police investigating these events. We have provided these volumes to the city in our meetings with Ms. Macinis and her team, and as well our neighborhood partners. I provided screenshots to her team as well as photographs. The camera activity is measured in events, and one event can range from 1 to 3 vehicles per event, and it depends on how close those vehicles are to each other as they come around the curve of the crescent. I validated these numbers in the past by direct vehicle counts off of the cameras and pedestrian activity, and it correlates well. At our last meeting with Ms. Macinis, she stated her numbers accurately corresponded to the pedestrian traffic accessing the stairs, as measured by her team with a counter at the head of the stairs access. We do believe it's important for your committee to understand these volumes as they directly affect safety. With the limited time, rather than break the numbers down by weekends, long weekends, weekdays, outside park hours, etc., I'm going to just give you a broader perspective for 2021 as follows. In January of 2021, there were 10,572 events. In March, 12,028 events. April, 15,737 events. May, 16,569 events. And in June up until the 27th, 15,450. Looking at trending, we know volumes change with seasons and within seasons. However, we have seen volumes escalating year to year with increased exposure of the stairs, access to the River Valley through our neighborhood. We have gone from 11,775 events in December of 2020 to 16,569 in May. We are still approaching actually the peak months of July, August, and September. These numbers forecast a minimum potential of 180,000 vehicles, and considering the continuing trending upwards, could possibly be as high as 200,000 vehicles. So potentially 180,000, 200,000 plus vehicles in a year driving in and parking in the neighborhood. Our concerns are safety first. We have the equivalent of single lane traffic, emergency vehicle parking issues when they respond to the stairs of our homes, daily multiple traffic infractions, obstructing visions at T intersections and walkways, cyclist injuries and near misses. And the street is often used as a sidewalk, which increases the risk of injury to those pedestrians. With an ever increasing risk of safety, we constantly worry when and not if we will experience a terrible event in our neighborhood. And we need to understand what is the responsibility and the accountability regarding the neighborhood in ensuring safety with regards to the city. We continue to and have always supported access to the River Valley. That has not changed. The city's original parking plan guaranteed that access, with which we agree. I also understand the benefits to physical and mental health issues of exercise and activity, and its importance, and particularly in these days. But we also understand that safety to the neighborhood is equally as important and is supported by city policy. I would like to thank you for your time, and we appreciate the privilege of presenting the neighborhood concerns to the committees. I would also be happy to show the actual camera events at any time to anybody who wishes to come and look. I would also like to extend a special thanks to Councillor Hamilton to bring this forward to City Council and Urban Planning Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Black. And now we'll go to Mr. Bob Thompson.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today and to present the concerns of our neighborhood. Concerns about the unsafe roads, the unreasonably high traffic volumes that are significantly impacting the livability of our neighborhood, and I have no doubt also impacting many other neighborhoods across the city that are having to deal with the unintended consequences of River Valley development. You've already heard about the history and the city's broken commitment to this neighborhood. You have already heard about the absurd levels of traffic that this neighborhood is subject to, hundreds of thousands of traffic events that no neighborhood should have to deal with. You have already heard about the narrow, winding roads with blind corners, roads that were never designed to be a major artery, merely a calm neighborhood capillary. What I want to speak of now is simple equity, simple fairness, and the simple truth that all neighborhoods deserve to be safe and livable and to be protected from the erosion of such basic expectations by city-driven activities. Please know, as I speak my words, that this neighborhood understands the blessing that a resource such as our River Valley truly is. We feel fortunate to live close to it, and we share in the desire of the many Edmontonians who wish to explore and enjoy it. Restricting access to the River Valley is not and never has been something we seek. Instead, we seek to partner with the city to create a fair, equitable, and workable model for River Valley access, a model that can be implemented to maintain access to the River Valley that all can benefit from without penalizing the many neighborhoods that border the River Valley, neighborhoods that you represent. Again, simple equity. Parking makes people crazy. All of you have witnessed, probably more than once, those people who endlessly circle the parking lot at Costco or at the mall, circling to get that spot that is 20 or 30 meters closer to the door. We have all seen those same people waiting for endless minutes for someone to pull out of that perfect spot so that they can claim it, circling and making unsafe U-turns in the street and across the crosswalk. If any parking remains along Wolf Willow Crescent and Wolf Willow Point, this same phenomena will play out here, and we may be witness to even more serious issues of safety as increasingly frustrated, angry, and careless would-be parkers circle again and again looking for that perfect spot, 120 or 30 meters closer to the 3-kilometer walk they are about to take. The City Transit Department recently changed the bus routing and bus stop placements. In so doing so, the director of that department justified this by saying that even for generally healthy senior citizens, a 600-meter walk to catch the bus is a reasonable distance. I would suggest that young, generally fit people looking to hike or jog or bike in the River Valley shouldn't be unduly inconvenienced by a similar stroll, one that many Wolf Willow, Westridge Country Club residents take on a daily basis. And for the mobility challenged, we have requested accessible parking be installed near the trailhead, and that has been done. Nor has any bylaw or policy actually exist that requires parking to be close to the river. In fact, policy does exist to protect neighborhoods from traffic. City Policy C590 in its very first point states, the Community Traffic Management Program will enhance safety and community livability in accordance with Edmonton's Transportation Master Plan and Council's approved Road Safety Strategy, Vision Zero. I submit to you that the current situation does not only not reconcile with that policy, but is an ever worsening situation, a liability just waiting to happen. Even the River Valley Alliance, one of the driving forces behind River Valley development, agrees with the need to preserve the livability of neighborhoods by recognizing that there should be appropriate, read equitable, access to the River Valley. Councillors and committee members, I believe that we have provided you with a compelling rationale that should inspire you to take the actions promised so many years ago to protect this neighborhood from the unintended consequences it is now forced to deal with. We ask you to work with us as we will work with you to create a model that will help achieve the commonly shared goal of a truly beautiful and enjoyable river valley surrounded by safe and livable neighborhoods, neighborhoods that are lived in by so very many people in all parts of the city. Thank you for this time.
Thank you very much. And I will open it up for questions. And Councillor Hamilton, this was on your motion. We'd be happy to defer to you if you had something.
I do. I want to be respectful of committee's time because I know we're on a tight schedule today. But I think maybe I'll go to the speakers, thank them for coming out and for presenting their information. This has been a long, ongoing conversation. I'm going to recap a bit and reiterate some of what you've said. This for you goes back at this point 12 or 13 years, correct, Ms. Halloran? Oh, you're muted. Yeah,
right. That's true.
And well, there are ongoing issues. I think what I'm taking from what you're saying today is that you don't want, this isn't about creating exclusivity in your neighborhood. This isn't about not permitting people to access your neighborhood. This is about allowing access to the amenity, the shared amenity, the River Valley and the stairs, while preserving the livability in your neighborhood and preventing sort of the onslaught of traffic, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And maybe the last piece is that the motion that's been brought forward isn't even council saying yes or no, it's to allow you as a community to go and do the expression of interest process. So this isn't, you're not asking council to take away the power in your community. You're asking actually council to enable your community to explore all the options.
That's right.
I imagine that we're going to get some questions from sort of across the city on this. One of the things that you've brought up, and I think some of my fellow colleagues brought up when I first posed the motion, was that this is specific to a community, but your understanding is that this is an issue that is being faced by communities adjacent to the River Valley and River Valley amenities across Edmonton, correct?
Yes, and we've heard from those communities and some of the committee members have spoken to them, and it actually is something that has infiltrated other communities.
So, and I think one of you mentioned this, maybe Mr. Black or Mr. Thompson, you may have mentioned that this might help the city sort of set course of action for how it's going to deal with some of these other issues as they emerge, whether it's around a River Valley amenity or frankly transit amenity like the LRT construction.
Yes, it's our position that many other communities in the city are not only currently suffering from the same unintended consequences that we are, but as we continue to develop the wonderful resource that is our River Valley, that more of this is potentially going to happen. And we believe that if we can create a workable model that maintains access while not penalizing the neighborhood that hosts that access, we will be benefiting all of the rest of the communities that follow us.
And as I'm running down on time, this is not, you've had an ongoing conversation with administration. I think, Ms. Halloran, you touched on it briefly. The administration has a proposal to you right now to proceed on an EOI, as we call an exploration of interest, but it would still, your issue with the EOI is that administration is proposing is that it still allows some parking within the neighborhood. And to paraphrase what you said, Ms. Halloran, it doesn't mitigate the issue, it only moves it.
That's right.
Yeah, and if the expression of interest came back, if council approved the expression of interest process to proceed and it was not able to pass within your neighborhood, would you then go to that default administrative suggestion?
I can only, I would ask this of my committee members as well. You're discussing the EOI with the addition of the 3-hour parking if without didn't pass. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I think that we would give it consideration, but we are only a committee fronting and spearheading for our community, and that would have to indeed go back to our community.
All right.
Bob, do you have anything to add to that?
So, yes, Ginny, thank you. And thank you for the question, Sarah. Yes, obviously, we have been very transparent with our neighborhood. We have been very informative to our neighborhood, and we would continue to do that dependent upon what the results of this motion would be. So if it is successful or not successful, we will be going back to our community as their representatives to discuss the outcomes and plan next step, what the decision would be from the group.
Great, and I'm out of time, but I think other councillors may have questions for you.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, just really quickly so I get a clear idea. So is the major concern the parking or the traffic that's created because the parking is available? Just so we understand what problem we're trying to fix here.
So I'll start and then perhaps go back to Ginny. Our major concern is safety, because when we see what is happening with this volume of traffic is there are safety issues with regards to cyclists, pedestrians. There are incidents of, if you will, rage that have affected our community and our neighbors with regards to retribution. There is lack of respect to the community, and there is complete disruption of the community. So it is a safety issue that is driven by the traffic.
Understood, but I'm trying to understand what's creating that. Just to double check with you, it sounds like that safety issue is created by the volume of traffic that's created, not by where people are leaving their cars. I realize one is causal to the other, but the real issue you're trying to, just to understand the essence of what, the real issue is not that people are leaving their cars there, it's that it's creating traffic that's creating safety issues for you. That's the major piece of the puzzle?
Correct. Ginny?
Yes, the volume of the traffic, of course, the excessive parking, both lend themselves to being problems. So
yeah, no, but what I'm trying to understand is the parking is clearly a cause, but is it, so it's causing the other problem, but the real problem is not that people are leaving their cars there, it's that the volume of traffic that has to go through your neighborhood in order to get to that parking, correct?
If I could just speak to that, I think it's hard to separate one from the other. It's a cascade of events. The cars are coming to the neighborhood to park because the parking exists in the first place.
Yep,
if the parking didn't exist,
I'm not questioning that.
The traffic wouldn't be here and the traffic volume would be reduced, thus creating safer environment.
Yeah, no, I get it. But the parking itself, once people get out of their cars, the parking itself isn't creating the problem, it's how they get to where they park their cars that's creating the real issue for you.
Well, I guess once that parking is full, the issue then becomes people endlessly circling and jockeying
No, I hear you,
for
but
position. So you're correct, yes.
Yeah, just so we're clear about what we're trying to fix here. So, and then my other question would be, are you, and I know this is probably way too early to answer this question, but I'm curious to know what's in your mind. Are you looking at banning parking outright?
We're looking for
Like no parking signs in the neighborhood?
We're looking for a restricted resident parking program. I'm sorry, I meant to mention that if I didn't. And that would be residents-only parking, with the exception of the accessibility disability parking that we've provided. And there are some no stopping areas, which gives a place for emergency vehicles to pull in. But yes, we are looking for, I wouldn't call it a ban. It's
Well, no, but I'm wondering if a ban is, I'm asking the question because I'm wondering if, maybe the ban is the answer. Because the reality is you're not, I know I have a whole bunch of parking permit places in my areas, and they come with their own kind of grief because you suddenly have trouble having visitors come, all those kind of things, right? So they're not an easy answer, I'm afraid.
We are aware of the stipulations that come with the restricted parking, that there would be 2 parking passes given to each home.
No, we do not do that anymore. That's just happening that's why I'm checking this with you. We actually have not done visitor parking permits in neighborhoods for ages. There's a couple of neighborhoods that still have them because it's vestigial, because they've been there for time immemorial, but for the most part, we don't do that. So there are other ways you can get visitor stuff, but not casually. You've got to apply for them by time. So I just want to raise this because it may not be the perfect answer you're looking for, and that's why I wanted to ask the question. But I understand you need to be able to have that discussion.
So I'd just like to clarify that point. I was talking about the parking permits per unit,
house.
Per house. And we are fully aware of any visitors would need a special application to City Hall, and those have to be distributed. So we are aware of those 2.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks. Okay, I just thought I'd ask while we had you here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming out today. And again, my questions, maybe any of you can answer that question. My first one is, as somebody had referred to the increase in crime. I mean, if I understand it correctly, it is basically people coming out to use those stairs for access to the river valley. So what do you attribute that increase in crime, break and enters, theft from autos, etc., etc.?
So perhaps I can answer that, Councillor Banga. So some events that occurred in the neighborhood over the last 2 years, and on discussion and investigations by the police, their reflection was there is an increase in concern in crime in the neighborhood. In saying that, we're linking that, and as well, they link that to the increase in volume of traffic and the possibility of the area being, if you will, scoped. And this was involving some vehicle thefts, etc. That is just one, to be honest, that is one part of this.
Okay.
And it is concerning, just as are the other safety concerns related to the volume and speed and irregularity of driving habits in the area.
Okay. The driver behavior is something that's a troublesome proposition all over the city. However, your main concern about not just having the parking for the residents there, and then also somebody mentioned the no stopping area. I mean, no stopping is usually if it's impeding traffic, but in this thing, it's probably not applicable, or So any comments on that?
Parking Service put those no stopping signs in to protect the safety of the crosswalk at the inception of the trailhead, because people were stopping, doing U-turns on the actual zebra crosswalk. And it was a safety factor more than anything. That was why those were installed. And driver behavior, incidentally, is horrific. I can cite you several occasions when we were appalled by a resident being threatened by a baseball bat taken out of a trunk because he asked people to slow down on a blind curve. Another driver who threatened a young mother and her daughter in chalk drawing on their driveway because she had put out indicators that children were at play. So we are getting some escalating and extreme behaviors, which are very concerning.
I do understand your concerns. My only issue is probably, again, going to be, what about other neighborhoods? I mean, would they say the same thing about if you had to go somewhere, your son's daughter's or somebody else's place? I mean, there's a question of sort of fairness and equity.
I think, Councillor, fairness and equity was the basis of my presentation. Equity does not mean that this neighborhood is penalized or suffers unduly so that people can access the river valley. That was never the intent of that trailhead. That was never the intent of the project. And I'm sure it's not the intent of other stairs in other communities across the city. There's many ways to access the river valley that do not negatively impact on this neighborhood. And I guess the question is really, why should we be penalized?
No, I hear you. And I got about 30 seconds, but I'm going to ask one more question. And with the increased, I guess, surveillance by EPS and Edmonton Police and the neighborhood residents, how did it help or did it not? And my other question is going to be, anyway, I'll save it for later. Don't worry.
So I did say in my presentation, we have spoken literally up close and personal to EPS, to peace officers, to park rangers, and the EPS has just flat out told us they just simply can't help us with this issue because it's they have bigger fish to fry. They don't have the resources. And parking bylaw does help sometimes, but we are the people who have to monitor, and we have to do all the footwork of sending in parking complaints. And they will come out if they can, but sometimes they say, I can't come for 2 hours, or so they can't service us either. And this monitoring that we took on with the 311 app, by the way, for the parking and the parking complaints, resulted in, again, some reprisals. And people have become very leery of doing that footwork for the city parking bylaw. So we really are on our own.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to Councillor Caterina.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for the presentation and for the motion coming forward. So just to go back slightly, because I think we're going into questions of things that we aren't even in front of us at this point. So expression of interest is what you're asking for, which to me sounds extremely reasonable. And given that there might be 1, 2, 5 different options that might be presented, and then going back to the community to see what would make sense or what would be acceptable, I think that those questions would be answered then versus now. So I think that that's the question before us. Everybody agreed? The expression of interest is what we're dealing with now. And having dealt with this, and it's very similar, even though the numbers might seem lower here than, for example, my circumstances with Commonwealth Stadium and the football games where that parking restriction has been in place. And even with that, there's challenges of social disorder, excessive parking, speeding, all the things that you're talking about now. but I guess I want to put it into perspective. Any community that has a public amenity or access to a public amenity it shouldn't be convoluted that every neighborhood in the city is in the same situation at this point. If you have a public amenity, that's something quite different than other areas of the city. So comment on that, Mr. Black or Mr. Thompson or Ms. Heller.
I'll defer to my friends.
I would agree that no neighborhood is exactly the same. However, similar neighborhoods with similar situations will suffer similarly. And so what we're looking to do as the River Valley continues to get developed is to find a way, and I'll just repeat it, that can allow for equitable access to the River Valley without unduly penalizing the host community for that amenity. And bear in mind, this neighborhood was built and designed with no amenity in its mind. So this amenity was imposed upon it later and in an area that was really not designed to adequately host it.
Yeah, no, understood. Like I said, my sympathies are with you having dealt with these issues and the request for expression of interest. There are definitely parking restrictions, as you've mentioned, as far as restricted parking just for the household, special permits for guests, and then there's hourly in some areas as well too that makes some sort of sense. And I experienced that in Virginia Park and Cromdale as well, that we've implemented something like that. So there's a number of different ways which you haven't explored yet, but you want the opportunity to actually go ahead and explore a possibility of which one might work best for you.
Well, if I could speak to that, I think that we would really prefer to support Councillor Hamilton's motion, which is to explore the expression of interest with restricted residence parking program, full stop.
Like I said, I sympathize with you, and that's the motion in front of us. And I guess that's the point I want to make. That's what we're deciding, whether you should be able to go ahead and explore that.
Thank you.
As far as I'm concerned, it's reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much to our speakers. I'll go to Councillor Henderson.
Well, assuming we've asked all the questions to the speakers, rather than asking questions of administration now, we're going to do it at council. And so I'm going to propose we requisition this, and we can, this was mostly about being able to hear from the speakers today, and it has to go to council anyway, so I will requisition this to council.
And I will join you on that. So this item is requisition to council. It will be debated at council on July 5th. So we are going to continue on with our agenda. Just for the speakers, this will continue now on July 5th at City Council. We've heard from you, and we'll make our decisions there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the committee, and to you, Councillor Hamilton, and to all councillors. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
Thank you. It's not where you normally get that, but thank you. So we are moving on to our agenda now. We're moving on to the last item, which is item 6.7, the Glenora Heritage Character Area Rezoning. We will have a presentation from administration, and then we will hear from our speakers. We have a stop time at 3:30, and we will continue this meeting if necessary after public hearing later today. So without further ado, we'll go to administration.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, committee. Today we're providing an update on the Glenora Heritage Character Area Rezoning Project. With me is Kent Schneider, our branch manager of Planning and Environment Services. He is going to open the presentation.
Good afternoon. Sorry, we've got a short presentation for you, and in the benefit of time, I will turn it right away over to James, who's going to walk us through some slides.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. And thank you, Madam Chair. Today we're providing an update on the Glenora Heritage Character Area Rezoning Project. This project was initiated by a 2018 Urban Planning Committee motion to prepare a direct control DC1 provision for a portion of Glenora neighborhood in support of the community's heritage conservation initiative south of Stony Plain Road. Administration has been working to fulfill Council's direction. However, due to delays resulting from the pandemic, we anticipate that the DC1 will be ready for Council's consideration in early 2022. we did want to take this opportunity to provide an update and describe the general approach administration is taking to fulfill your direction. Slide 2, please.
Apologies, we're just getting it up on the screen here for you.
Thank you, appreciate that. The Glenora Heritage Character Area DC1 rezoning project supports the city plan's guiding value of preserving what matters most. The work contributes to our objectives of recognizing and protecting unique historic resources. We do recognize that since Council's direction in 2018, new perspectives have emerged and are reflected in the intensification policies and targets of the city plan, as well as considering concepts of equity and diversity through our land use decisions, as highlighted earlier in item 6.1, the zoning bylaw renewal. And if we could go to slide 3, please. Perfect, thank you. The Glenora Heritage Character Area rezoning project is the result of over 5 years of work by administration and community advocates. This work has involved several reports culminating in the Glenora Heritage Survey, which identified 116 additional properties that were added to Edmonton's inventory of heritage resources. That work identified 3 distinct character areas, as shown here, and has informed the preparation of the DC1. The project area includes the highest concentration of heritage resources in Edmonton, shown on this map by the buildings identified in purple, pink, and yellow. Next slide, please. The National Trust of Canada has identified Glenora as one of Canada's best preserved Garden City suburbs. It is the only example of a Garden City suburb in Edmonton. The Garden City suburb arose in the early 20th century as growing cities saw rapid development. Inspired by the City Beautiful and Garden City movements, the Garden suburb put an emphasis on private residential land use with large lots and single detached homes. In Edmonton, the Glenora suburb was developed as an exclusive enclave and features many characteristics of Garden City suburb developments. These include irregular shaped lots on curvilinear tree-lined streets that follow the top of bank of the river valley and ravines. The layout features small parks and green spaces and deep setbacks between homes and from the street. These features contribute to the expansive park-like character of the neighborhood. Influenced by the Garden City suburb movement and due to development requirements established at the time of subdivision, the neighborhood features exclusively single detached dwellings. Many of the original homes were designed by prominent architects of the period. There is not a consistent architectural character, as the project area features 28 distinct architectural styles with 16 dominant architectural styles. Each sub-area within the neighborhood does have some distinct characteristics as a result of its context and the period of its development. Next slide, please. The project area is unique and demonstrates significant heritage character. However, the impacts of inconsistent infill developments are contributing to a loss of that character. As a land use regulatory tool, direct control zoning will regulate development on private land. To address the land use characteristics related to the Garden City suburb, the focus of administration's approach to drafting regulations is on form and massing, while providing sensitive opportunities for residential land uses beyond single detached dwelling. The goal is to provide opportunities for redevelopment in the subject area that respond to the characteristic large lots, increased setbacks, and the form of development in the area. Zoning provides a means of guiding what occurs on private property, but will not regulate or control changes to the streets, boulevards, and parks. These also contribute to the historic character of the area, but are not threatened by redevelopment pressures. Next slide, please. There is no local plan in effect for Glenora. The city plan identifies 2 corridors immediately adjacent to the project area. Stony Plain Road is identified as a primary corridor, and 142nd Street is a secondary corridor. Future LRT stops are planned along the north boundary of our area, identified by the yellow circles on this map. Based on direction from the city plan, we would anticipate intensification through mixed-use redevelopment in these locations. The project's area's key characteristics, being large site widths, deep setbacks, and predominant single-detached housing and park-like streetscapes, contributes to a low-density form. Preserving these characters through zoning does create tension with our other objectives towards infill, narrow lot subdivisions, and equity. Through the preparation of the Glenora Heritage Character Area Direct Control provision, administration's approach has been to balance the preservation of the area's historic development character with feedback from community stakeholders and our other city building objectives. Feedback from the community stakeholders has included that the proposed approach does not align with the Carruthers caveat, concern that the area of application does not include all of the Capitol Hill sub-area, and that the approach should include more architectural controls. This feedback has been considered in relation to the historic development character of the area and our policy landscape. Administration's response is to seek opportunities for sensitive density through secondary suites, garden suites, and duplex housing that respect the form and massing of the neighborhood's historic character. As well, our approach is to focus on form and massing rather than strict architectural controls. This is in response to that wide diversity of architectural styles found in the area. We are also exploring additional ways of incentivizing through land use regulation the retention of character homes by allowing additional flexibility for sensitive additions and limited additional use classes where homes are retained. This is not meant to replace the formal heritage designation program, which remains the best tool for legal protection of individual homes. Next slide, please. In an effort to support intensification opportunities in proximity to the future LRT stop at 142nd Street and 102nd Avenue, our approach is to limit the area of application. There is already significant higher density mixed-use redevelopment occurring at the future LRT stop at 142nd Street and 102nd Avenue. There are currently no properties in this area that are listed on the city's inventory of heritage resources. As such, we are exploring opportunities to reduce the overall area of the DC1 to exclude properties in proximity to the future LRT stop at 142nd Street. This is a conscious trade-off, as our approach would limit higher density redevelopment potential near the other future LRT stop between 133rd and 134th Street, as this stop is within just a block of Alexander Circle and the location of our highest density of identified heritage resources. Next slide, please. The approach we are following seeks to meet the city plan's objectives around heritage preservation and protecting our unique heritage neighborhoods while still allowing sensitive infill opportunities. Preserving the historic character aligns with the city plan guiding value of preserving what matters most. This approach does demand conscious trade-offs with city building goals. There is obvious tension between preserving the heritage low density and development character of Glenora and our aspirations for equity, diversity, and housing options, and leveraging the investment of the West LRT. We are seeking ways of mitigating these tensions. We will continue to explore additional options to allow land use intensification while respecting the dominant development form and massing around found in the neighborhood. We have applied the draft Gender-Based Analysis Plus toolkit to assess our approach to the DC1 control provision. This project, by its nature, prioritizes heritage preservation over other city building goals, such as housing choice and intensification through redevelopment that would otherwise be expected at the LRT stop, especially near 133rd Street. We are continuing to seek ways of addressing this inherent inequity before a final draft. Next slide, please. Over the next month, administration will undertake continued engagement with our stakeholders, including our Community Working Committee. This work will also include broader online public engagement with residents and Edmontonians at large. Through the summer, we will take what we hear from this and internal engagement to refine the draft direct control provision. We anticipate bringing a proposed bylaw to council for consideration early in 2022. Next slide, please. This approach presented today has been developed in consultation with the community while trying to mitigate trade-offs with other city building goals. There are alternatives worth noting that would prioritize the city plan's intensification goals over heritage preservation. This could include further focus on intensification opportunities that respect the heritage development characteristics of building mass, large setbacks, and large lots, while allowing a wider range of uses within that box, and reevaluating the area of application. If it's decided that heritage is not to be prioritized over other city building objectives, the alternative is to not proceed with a heritage area DC1 and allow for the existing zoning to regulate development and the land development application process to inform redevelopment. As an outcome of the zoning bylaw renewal initiative, it is possible that more land use types would be made available. This approach would rely entirely on the city's historic resource designation process to provide any heritage protection on a voluntary basis for select homes. Last slide, please. Thank you. That completes our presentation. I'm pleased to answer questions when it is time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that presentation. Now we have 10 speakers, and we'll give them each 5 minutes. Please keep a watchful eye on the time because I'm going to be very strict on the 5 minutes. And after all 10 have spoken, as time permits, we'll ask questions of the speakers. So let's begin with Mr. David Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Council and Committee, for this opportunity. I'm speaking today really in support of the Heritage Character Initiative, but just from a private citizen's perspective. My wife and I came to Alberta from New Brunswick in 2002. We lived in a colonial home in Fredericton that was built between 1785 and 1815. And needless to say, we were active in heritage there. But we didn't expect to be active in heritage when we came to Alberta, but my wife fell in love with Glenora and then the Heinemann House. And for the past 17 years, we've worked with the heritage planners of the City of Edmonton on 3 initiatives, which shared initiatives, and we really appreciated the advice and consultation of Robert Geldart, particularly on behalf of the city. In 2004, 2014, and 2019, we undertook major restoration projects on our home, which is known as the Heinemann House in municipal heritage terms. I should say that many of you may remember Lou Heinemann, but Lou's father, who was the owner of this house, was the first chairman of the City of Edmonton's Planning Commission, which was in some senses the first predecessor of what we're doing here today, but that was well over 50 years ago. In any event, in addition to working with our home, my wife and I walk through historic neighborhoods throughout the city, particularly in Westmount and the Highlands. And we stop to read the municipal heritage plaques like the one at our house and learn about Edmonton's history. Thousands of people do similar walks in these older neighborhoods every year. I can't count the number of people who stop and read our plaque. If there's anything good to say about this COVID year, it is that people are now spending more time appreciating their local areas, and this will probably be a future trend as well. And it's not just the individual house that attracts these people. It's the ambience of the neighborhoods. Sections of the city, such as 125th Street to 128th Street in Westmount, and Ada Boulevard to 112th Avenue in the Highlands, have by intention maintained their historic characters. And our area, Old Glenora, Capitol Hill, is the same in that sense. Edmonton heritage planners know this. We've already heard about this. The city is committed to preserving the value of heritage. They're very active right now in commercial institutional areas in Oliver, Strathcona, and Rossdale. And we'd really like to see a continued commitment in residential areas as well. There is no logical reason why all city planners cannot be on the same team working together to make this a dynamic and beautiful place to live. This is not by any means an elitist agenda. Look at the houses along 128th Street in Westmount. Look at all the houses on the streets behind Ada Boulevard in the Highlands. Our house in Capitol Hill is a modest post-war 2-story. Hardworking people from all over the world came to Edmonton and built this city. It's not elitist. These are not grand establishments, but they tell Edmonton's story, how the city was built and who built it. Respect for our history enables us to move forward in enlightened ways. I'm done.
Thank you very much. And now we'll hear from Barbara Finlay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Urban Planning Committee, and members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Barbara Finlay, and I'm a resident of Old Glenora and currently president of the Old Glenora Conservation Association. About 7 years ago, our association began work to bring the loss of heritage properties in the Old Glenora and Capitol Hill neighborhood to Council's attention. Redevelopment pressure was resulting in heritage homes being demolished, with an accompanying loss in many cases of large, stately 100-year-old trees. Today, our community is close to completing a proposed rezoning initiative in conjunction with the City of Edmonton that we hope will encourage the retention of heritage properties while guiding new development to be more sensitive and complementary to the character of the neighborhood. Old Glenora and Capitol Hill, with their homes laid out along streets designed with the influence of the Garden City philosophy of neighborhood planning, is more than a sum of its parts and an asset to Edmonton as a whole. The neighborhood, as pointed out in the report by administration, is home to the largest concentration of properties on the inventory of historical resources in the entire city. Heritage preservation should be an element of a city that values itself, adding character and beauty, fostering a sense of home and community, and reminding each of us that our city's history belongs to all of us and must be preserved for future generations. Edmonton is a very young city compared to the rest of the world, and without policies in place to encourage the retention of our comparatively modest built heritage, which marks phases of our city as it experienced periods of exuberant optimism, we do a disservice to the next generation. Our stories get lost along with the bricks and mortar, and our past deserves a future. Our 110-year-old neighborhood existed in Europe. It might well be less valued because European cities have long timelines of significant architectural structures and domestic residences. Edmonton is a new world prairie city that only recently has approached a population of 1 million residents. It is vital that in our city, that a neighborhood that is well over 100 years of age, with many residences designed by prominent Edmonton architects, often during periods of civic optimism, be recognized and promoted for its heritage value, because our history as a city is not deep, and we must preserve what we have. It is a physical component of our city's identity. The lived-in architecture, sometimes maintained at great expense, and the Garden City landscape of the neighborhood are an invaluable addition to the city as a whole. Tied inextricably to the built heritage are the unique and important stories of how our city came to be. David Johnson pointed that out as he cited the individual that had his home first built. The individual stories of its occupants and their valuable contributions are woven into Edmonton's fabric. In preserving our heritage, we preserve and enrich our identity. The Old Glenora Conservation Association is optimistic that the proposed DC1 zoning will be an important tool in reaching the goal of heritage retention in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now have Mr. David Percy speak.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. Today's meeting involves a further step in a long process, as Barbara has suggested. 7 years ago, at the time the city was beginning to implement a policy of densification, councillors also recognized that densification had the potential to undermine another city goal, the goal of protecting heritage buildings and districts. And as has been pointed out, this is now part of the new city plan. But I think the history is instructive, both on the investment the city has made in this process and the investment that the community has made in it. In 2015, City Council invested $275,000 by retaining consultants to conduct a historic resource inventory of the Glenora area. As you've heard, this identified not just historic residences and the ribbon of green that runs through the neighborhood, but it also classified the neighborhood as the best preserved Garden City area in Canada. But the interesting question arose following the completion of that inventory in 2017. The question is what to do with it. Was the inventory going to be just a historical document that said this neighborhood was once an asset that the city had had? Or could there be a way of pursuing the goal of densification while at the same time preserving some of the outstanding heritage features of the neighborhood. In the summer of 2018, the city convened 3 public meetings to examine whether residents would be interested in undertaking a DC1 zoning project. The result was overwhelmingly positive. In September 2018, Urban Planning Committee agreed to support the DC zoning project, and the city ultimately devoted $170,000 to this project. Since 2008, as James Haney's explained, despite pandemic delays, the consultants and city planners worked with an advisory group from this neighborhood in developing a DC1 zoning proposal for the area. This is the document that, as you've been updated on today, it represents, I want to emphasize, a city investment of about $450,000 in total and countless hours of staff work by city employees as well as by members of the community. We believe that this document suggests a satisfactory compromise between the undoubted need for densification and a measure of protection for historic resources. We look forward to the next phases of public discussion, followed by a public hearing and followed by bringing a proposed bylaw to council in 2022, as James has explained. So we look forward to the continuation of this process and hope that the Urban Planning Committee will support it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Our next speaker is Dusan Bedarski.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dusan Bednarski. I am a resident in Glenora. I'm also a member of the Old Glenora Conservation Association. I support the comments made by the previous 2 speakers. I'm also the owner of a heritage home that is listed on the inventory of historic resources in Edmonton. I'm here to support the DC1 zoning and to provide the Urban Planning Committee with my own perspective as an owner of a house on the inventory. In my view, the DC1 is crucial to ensuring that the houses on the inventory are protected for future generations. My family is new to Glenora. We bought our home in 2016 at the same time when the historic Sylvancroft mansion was being demolished. The house we bought was built in 1932 for Alex Taylor's son, James Mitchell Taylor, and his wife, Nora. The architect and builder was Ernest Litchfield, who was the architect of a number of notable houses on Edmonton's historic inventory. Before we bought our house in 2016, it had been on the market for almost 1 year. Not a single buyer was interested in saving the house. Every one of them had deep pockets and was only interested in demolishing it and developing a new property. Fortunately for the old house, we are not a family with such deep pockets. We managed to squeeze together and borrow enough funds to buy the old house. We have invested the past 5 years of our lives into saving this house. There is much more work left to be done, and the next step for us will be a decision whether or not to have the house officially designated. We have met with David Johnston from the city, and we are keen to proceed with designation. However, this will depend on whether the DC1 goes forward. Without the DC1, we have no assurance that designating our house would make any sense. We understand that there are over 1,000 properties on the inventory, and about 130 of them are in Glenora, and only 3 of them have been designated. We've spoken with our neighbors, and I know there are many people who are reluctant to designate their homes, given the uncertainty of whether the distinct character of the neighborhood will survive to the next generation. A historic building does not exist in isolation. The surrounding neighborhood context is crucial to the historic value. As each year goes by, we see more inventory houses disappearing. As with anything of value, the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. The inventory is like a family of historic resources. Every time one of these houses is lost, the negative impact is felt throughout the community. We begin to doubt the future for heritage home preservation in Glenora. The DC1 gives us hope. The DC1 allows for increased density while at the same time ensuring that new development is sensitively integrated into the historic landscape. From my perspective, the detailed and sensitive controls in the DC1 would not discourage development. Rather, they would encourage good development that reflects the distinct heritage characteristics of the neighborhood. I've seen this with my own eyes because right next door to us is built a brand new infill. The builder did a superb job of creating an arts and crafts style house that integrates fully with the historic landscape. This included preservation of 10 mature trees on the property. I think any creative builder with an imagination should be able to achieve the same thing within the DC1. Throughout today's meeting, we've heard a lot about the words environmental and equitable. The environmental benefit of preserving historic homes as opposed to demolishing them and sending them to landfill is obvious. And the restoration work also typically involves use of reclaimed materials. The preservation of our landscape and mature trees is a benefit to our urban environment and wildlife. All along the west side of our property is one of the original hedgerows from the 1930s. It's an unofficial bird sanctuary and a destination for bird watchers from all over the city. As for being equitable, ownership of a heritage home makes a person keenly aware of civic obligations and responsibilities that go with this privilege. Before COVID restrictions, the front door of our house was always open to anyone who knocked and asked to see the house. On many occasions, we invited community and heritage groups to visit and to share our house's history with them. Throughout the past year of COVID restrictions, Glenora has become a favorite walking destination for many to enjoy the garden-like heritage landscape. As our family goes about our work restoring the original 1930s gardens in front of the house, we have had the pleasure of many conversations with passers-by and visitors who ask about the old house, the beautiful neighborhood, and Edmonton's history. As the owner of a heritage home on the city's inventory, I fear that this vital heritage resource will be lost without the DC1. In my view, the DC1 is crucial to ensuring that this resource is protected for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to Walter Pavlik.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, honorable members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm a resident of Glenora. I support the DC1 zoning. Today, I want to tell you why the DC1 zoning is important, what we can learn from past development in the area, and what a viable path forward could look like. There's no question that DC heritage character zoning is required to preserve the historical homes in the neighborhood and the streetscape for the benefit of all Edmontonians. This area of Edmonton is a destination for many. Tours come through here. People from all over Edmonton walk the tree-lined streets. It's a frequent and constant destination for graduation and wedding photos, dog walkers, bike, scooter riders, all sorts of people come visit. The beautiful mature trees that has the largest American elm stand in all of North America, and the park-like area are attractive and in constant use. When people travel to another city, the first thing they do is visit the historic buildings and the historic homes and parks. Glenora is a jewel of our city that's the risk of being destroyed. The National Trust identified Glenora in its 2019 list of most endangered places in Canada due to the loss of heritage and pressure for development. Many historic buildings in Edmonton have been demolished over the years. Glenora has suffered this as well. 9 homes in the historic inventory have been destroyed since 2017. This needs to stop if we have any hope of preserving our historic resources. Now, we have been previously wooed by developers promising equitable access to affordable homes and the promise of the preservation of gardens, trees, and historic housing. That has often not panned out well. Think of Sylvancroft. The developer promised you do everything to save the historic mansion and grounds. Instead, the house was neglected and eventually torn down. The Sylvancroft development, which was promised to be a viable green space with a walkable area, it now has no trees, no green space, no sidewalk. Where the mansion stood stands a lot that was on the market for well over $1 million. Dense townhouses have been built on the corner of 141st Street facing 102 Avenue approximately 5 years ago. They were listed for $800,000 each. They did not sell, not a one. Instead, they were turned into Airbnbs and a center for prostitution. Even the much touted West Block at the corner of 142nd Street hasn't come through in its promise of density, accessibility, and affordability. The top 3 floors are each taken by one person and sell for between $1.5 and $3 million. That's one person on each of those 3 floors. And other units on the building sell for over $1 million. This is not affordable housing. This is not density. This is not accessibility. Another recent development, 102 Avenue, resulted in 1 home being torn down and 3 skinny homes being put up. They were never put up for sale. Instead, they're being rented at $5,000 a month. Again, that's not accessibility. That's not affordability. You'll hear the word equity and accessibility used by developers who oppose the heritage character area rezoning. They will tell you about fictional young families that want to live close to downtown and want affordable housing and how it's unfair they can't develop properties for them to live in Glenora. If the past teaches us anything, it's that adding townhouses in Glenora will not make it accessible or affordable. The developed properties will be priced far beyond the means of many. They have to be, as the cost of the land is much higher than other areas and developers want to make a profit. Developers argue that they need to push the development to the corners of the lot to increase affordability and density. Past experience has shown that allowing them to do so does neither. Such dense development take away the opportunity for trees and gardens to grow and impact the boulevard trees. They impact the site widths and setbacks and also the scale and the massing of the buildings. And the result is the destruction of the character of the neighborhood and the destruction of the heritage resource until the entire character of the area is changed. Ironically, the very reason why developers want to build in Glenora, the trees and park-like setting, will be destroyed. But there is a way to move forward, and that is that we have to, and it has to be one involving creativity. I'm not opposed to developers making a profit. What we should be opposed to is developers making a profit at the expense of the character and heritage of the city. There is a path forward and a room for compromise. Profitable development is possible with DC zoning. We need to reimagine how to add density within the proposed setbacks and site widths. We need to be mindful of scale and massing to keep the garden suburb feel that is attractive to all. For example, one lot could have constructed on it a main residence or duplex containing a basement suite or suites, a garden home, a grad suite, or even commercial space. And semi-detached buildings can be developed on 102 Avenue. All this can occur within the parameters of the DC zoning while preserving their historic homes and park-like setting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pavlik. That's your time.
Thank you.
Now we'll go to Vojislav Vilimanovic. I'm sorry if I'm not saying that correct.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning. It was good morning, sorry. It was afternoon now. Good afternoon, councilors and members of the committee. My name is Vojislav Vilimanovic. I'm the owner of Your Design Master Builder. My company and our family company, Your Design Inc., have been active designers and builders in Edmonton for the last 36 years. Our passions lie in participating in the planned growth and evolution of Edmonton's mature neighborhoods. In addition to being a builder, and more importantly, I'm also a lifelong Edmonton resident, as well as growing up in Glenora, going to Glenora School, Westminster, and Ross Shepherd, and have been living in Glenora since 1985. I do love the Glenora neighborhood and have many friends and fond memories there. From a design perspective, and we're working in areas that have a significant historical significance, designers and architects in these view these areas through a lens of maintaining the characteristics of the neighborhood. I believe that retaining the historical look and feel of the neighborhood in Glenora is paramount. The issue that I am seeing here is that we could have been addressing these issues in the same city plan and rezoning working group that we have already been working towards the renewal of the zoning bylaws. When we were working, if we're trying to be sensitive to costs, especially now in this pandemic, I feel that maybe all of these things could have been actually viewed in the same working groups that we're already doing in parallel. So really trying to reduce duplicity in our systems as well. I believe that Glenora should contribute to the important objectives for the city plan, just like all other neighborhoods. And I believe that if we're trying, that we can individually be working on addressing the historical significance of the homes that are existing in Glenora, but we have to be very conscious and very site specific with these as well, so that we don't paint the whole neighborhood in the same brush, because there is such a variety of build forms in there. And also, with all the tree line and the boulevard, the beautiful boulevards over in Glenora, those can all be really addressed within the zoning bylaws, and making sure that we address them properly in one go instead of having multiple overlays, which may cause problems in the future. So it'd be a little bit more clarity. So again, I really appreciate all the input from the working group in Glenora, and I hope that we can kind of come with together to find a reasonable solution besides just blanketing a DC1 throughout that areas that we addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now hear from Michael Tasiak.
I believe they may be on the phone. They just need to press *6 to unmute.
Mr. Tasiak, you might have to press *6 to unmute yourself.
We can reach out to see if there are any technical issues.
Okay, well, the clerk reaches out to Mr. Tasiak. I'm going to go ahead to the next speaker, and we'll come back to him. Mariah Samji, please.
Good afternoon, Urban Planning Committee and other members of Council. This morning, we spoke a lot about the importance of public engagement and our new exciting GBA Plus and Equity Toolkit. Edmonton has won awards around our public engagement policy and practices, and we are being looked at Canada-wide for our new equity lens we have created. Last year, we approved our new city plan that was developed through heavy citywide consultation about how our city will grow while focusing on becoming more environmentally and financially sustainable to attract and retain 2 million people. This will be achieved through our growth management framework, our zoning bylaw renewal, and district planning. Over the past many years, we have worked to expand our LRT network to the south and soon to the west. This is a $1 billion investment to help Edmonton move to a city that has multiple modes of transportation, attract investment, and increase ridership. All this considered, there are many projects happening within Edmonton to help us achieve the goals within City Plan. However, there seems to be one project that hasn't found its connection to City Plan, and that is this proposed large rezoning of one neighborhood. However, we are hoping we can move in a direction today where the Glenora community becomes a role model of balancing architectural heritage characteristics while also welcoming diverse, inclusive housing stock into the neighborhood, especially when they will have 2 future LRT stops. For that LRT line to be successful, we will need to follow our TOD guidelines and our city plan policies to densify around those stops and align with the investment we are putting in. In 2018, it was suggested that a DC1 may be the correct tool to help preserve the well-kept architectural developments in the area. However, through the study undertaken by the city's consultants, it showed that there are more than 16 dominant architectural styles through the area, rather than one single consistent style, which is seen in other neighborhoods that have heritage contexts. This has created more complexities, which should have led us to broaden our engagement, to find creative solutions together. However, this project has been created with very, very limited public engagement. It is our understanding that many of the affected property owners are not aware of this project and the implications it will have for their properties. The project team has not sought to look for perspectives for those who want to live and build in the area. We believe that this project, as proposed, will create more frustration between neighbors, and we'll see many people looking to rezone their property back to the standard zone. This proposal has also been reviewed through the GBA Plus and Equity Toolkit by administration, and we have been told that it fails on that account. We understand that this work began long before the GBA Plus Toolkit was created. However, that does not mean it should be exempt. We at IDEA would like to see a tool created to help save heritage properties. We have spoken to the zoning bylaw team and the district planning team about creating an equitable approach focused on the built form, as Glenora is not the only neighborhood with beautiful properties that could benefit from more sophisticated tools to support the retention and the adaptive reuse of other buildings. If we adopt what is created here today with such limited engagement, we are concerned that we will be setting a precedent that we frankly will not be able to address the goals in our city plan to build a compact, sustainable, and equitable city. My colleague will talk about our proposed solutions. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Samji. Are we able to get Mr. Tasiak on the line?
It does look like the phone number ending in 60 is on the meet. We just need you to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much for your patience. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Michael Tasiak. I did send an email to council expressing my opposition to this proposal. I've been a landowner in Glenora for over 30 years and enjoyed the area very much. I had no idea and was not made aware of this proposal by the Heritage Group. There was no public engagement with regards to what they are proposing. I find this quite unfair to the neighbors in the neighborhood, and I don't believe that it represents the entire Glenora community. Their proposal, I don't feel, is right for this neighborhood. And restricting this neighborhood to only large lots does not reflect the views or desires of the neighborhood or the city, only the few landowners who make up this heritage group. I find that quite disappointing and unfair to all of us in the neighborhood. Thank you so very much for listening to me today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tasiak. We'll now hear from Chelsea Jerzak. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, once again, and members of committee and council. My name is Chelsea Jerzak, and I'm speaking to you today as the president of IDEA, the Infill Development in Edmonton Association. IDEA is a nonprofit infill advocacy and education organization that helps to drive change toward people-centered communities. Our members are made up of builders, developers, consultants, suppliers, and community members. So my colleague Mariah Samji has spoken here this afternoon about some of the issues that IDEA has identified with the proposal in front of you today for large lot zoning in Glenora. I'm going to talk about what IDEA proposes as some potential solutions. So in essence, our proposed solution contains three parts. The first and most lofty part is to create a heritage strategy. So we know that this may not be within committee's purview here today, but we really wanted to take this opportunity to raise the idea. We believe that now is the right time for a heritage strategy because while City Plan is a document that we fully support, it does contain seemingly contradictory policy about ongoing infill on the one hand and heritage preservation on the other hand. Without some clarity about how we balance these two objectives, there is and will continue to be a lot of confusion about how these policies apply. Instead of confusion, we'd like to seize this as an opportunity as a city to have a broader conversation around heritage and to create clarity about how we achieve these policy objectives together. We also see a heritage strategy as an opportunity to ask and answer some critical questions about what we value in our heritage, how we value it, and why. So the second part of our proposed solution is more tactical as it relates specifically to the proposed Glenora rezoning. First of all, we appreciate that a lot of work has gone into this project. We also appreciate that a lot has changed since the project started, including the completion of City Plan and the inception of district planning and zoning bylaw renewal. We believe that the work done in Glenora to date on the zoning can and should dovetail with the district planning process for the Glenora neighborhood, as well as with zoning bylaw renewal. So we've heard that the Garden City layout is important to this community, and this street pattern could be enshrined in district plan policy. Further, we'd like to bring forward the idea that we need to holistically figure out how to handle heritage regulations throughout our city, and not just in one neighborhood. We have a project underway that is able to do just that, and we heard a lot about it this morning. It's zoning bylaw renewal. Zoning bylaw renewal presents us with a unique, timely opportunity to figure out how to handle heritage throughout our city. That could look like a heritage modifier that could be applied in certain relevant instances, or even a heritage overlay that could be applied as needed to help preserve or encourage a particular aesthetic in relevant locations. With that being said, we'd really like to thank administration for their work on this project, and we hope to see that work aligned with and incorporated into the strategic priorities and projects that we've been discussing, including the district planning process and zoning bylaw renewal. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Chelsea. And now we'll go to our final speaker on this item, Mr. Neeraj Nath.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and Urban Planning Committee. My name is Neeraj, and I'm the owner of Endura Developments. We are a boutique infill builder and small business that has been operating in Edmonton for 6 years. Over this time, I've built in West Jasper Place, Glenwood, Sherwood, Britannia, Kenora, and Jasper Park. I want to share some of my information about my clients and why I chose to build infill projects. Many of my clients are young professionals in their 30s and early 40s. They're looking to grow roots in beautiful neighborhoods close to transit and great schools. They chose to live in neighborhoods that are near their families and friends. I love to build infill projects because it allows me to be creative by building beautiful custom homes and allows me to gain new relationships and foster friendships with clients and neighbors. I joined IDEA 4 years ago because I believe in their mission to build people-centered communities. I've helped provide perspectives on policy and construction practices through IDEA. I believe in the city plan and what it can do to bring diverse and inclusive housing for Edmontonians. I purchased land in Glenora because my clients have continued to ask about opportunities to live and grow within Glenora. I see why heritage zoning is seen as important to uphold the integrity and history of Glenora. However, I believe it limits progress. Edmonton is continuing to grow as a city. There are diverse people entering Edmonton and within Edmonton who would love to have a home in Glenora. The heritage zoning limits build form to larger homes or semi-detached housing. It misses complete build forms, for example, narrow homes or row housing. I'm concerned with the lack of engagement on this DC1. I would like to see this project take a broader lens so that current and future residents can be fully engaged. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Well, that's all our speakers, so if you will just stay put, I will have members of committee and then council ask questions, and I'll start with Councillor Henderson, who selected this item.
I think because it's so critical to Councillor McKean, I'm prepared to defer to him and go after him, if that's okay with the rest of the committee.
We can defer to Councillor McKean. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Thanks, Ben, and thanks, Bev. I want to start with David Percy. I'm going to pick on you, David. You and I have been around this for a few years. There may be a myth here that I wanted us to deal with, because I heard it from one of the speakers that this DC would ensure that we would see heritage homes protected. And in fact, it wouldn't really change things unless an individual home is designated. There's no way to ensure legally that a heritage home wouldn't be demolished now or even under this DC. Is that your understanding? Uh-oh. Barbara Finley, are you still on the meeting here?
I'm here.
Did you hear my question?
I did, Scott. Do you want to just phrase it again?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, please.
I just think it's important to be pragmatic here and state that even with the DC1, as a property owner in Glenora, I could demolish my home and redevelop, yes?
That is true. However, you're aware, being on council, that if a home is listed on the inventory, if a homeowner applies for demolition, notice to council explains that the home is on the inventory, may have value, and you're notified. Beyond that, due to the rules under the Municipal Government Act, City Council hasn't acted in any way to prevent demolition.
nowhere in Alberta has that ever happened, is my understanding. So I guess that's my frustration here, and what I liked about the Westmount Architectural Heritage Area now regulations are design elements. So roof pitch, window style, and veranda, I believe it is in Waha. We don't see that here yet. It's more around massing and build form. Is that sort of what the Old Glenora Conservation Association has been advocating for?
Did you want me to answer that, Scott?
Please,
Okay.
Barb.
We have a unique neighborhood in that most homes, particularly the ones on the inventory, but many that aren't and have just had some alterations, and that's the only reason they weren't put on the inventory. These homes were architecturally designed, and Edmonton went through a series of building booms. There was a pre-World War I time period. Homes during that period tended to have a certain appearance. Most often they were made out of brick. And the brick yards were in the river valley, and it was an accessible material. And Edmonton was known as the Red Brick City. After that First World War, we had another period of time in which architects continued to flood into the city. And we had another building period which allowed for many architects to be hired by individuals in Edmonton. And during that period of time, there tended to be a number of revival styles, but with the particular unique feature of that particular architect. So instead of having one single builder, as happened in Waha, in that neighborhood, where they might go in and build a whole row of houses. Houses are very consistent. They had a very focused clientele. You had more consistency, I guess you would say, in architectural style. So in Waha, you could say there will be a porch, there will be certain sizes of windows, there will be a certain roof pitch, because that is what existed. We had architecturally designed homes in Glenora. And as a result, you had owners who might say to an architect, I sort of favor a Tudor style, which happens to be more of the style of the home that I live in. Another might want more of a Georgian style, a simplified Georgian revival style. So that's why you have that variety of architectural styles. And that's why when we came to writing the zoning, we looked at things like roof height, pitch, building materials, even window styles, because it's very difficult to write in the same kinds of restrictions that were written in the Westmount area. Does that answer your question?
It did, and I'm out of time. I might come around, Madam Chair, if there's time. Thank you. Thanks, Barbara.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Henderson.
Well, I'll keep on going there because I have huge sympathy for the need to protect and preserve here. I'm just not convinced what we have in front of us does that. And I'm really struggling to understand what it is we're trying to protect. If the neighborhood, I think if what I'm hearing you say, is the neighborhood is diverse because it has developed over time, but we can't protect those individual houses, and we've seen some replacement of those houses in some of the most prestigious part of the neighborhood in the last few years, quite frankly. So, I'm not convinced that this protects that. And I'm not convinced that it actually speaks very much to form. What I see it doing and what we have in front of us is really something that just speaks to lot size and what kind, whether it's a single, basically, except along 102 Avenue, it's basically single family. It does that restriction as well. That feels to me like something else, and I'm struggling to imagine how that's different in terms of historical preservation from a whole bunch of communities in the city. And I'm saying this understanding that I think there is something worth preserving there. I'm just not convinced that this is the tack that's going to get us there. And I just wouldn't mind your thinking on that, because I can think of other neighborhoods that would love to lock in the size of their lots.
First of all, I'll deal with
Uh-oh, I think we lost you.
Barbara, we can't hear you.
Sorry, we lost you for a second there. Sorry, I didn't hear anything you said between my question and now I didn't get a chance to hear. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. We've had internet issues. I was asking if you could rephrase the first part of your question, please.
Well, just that I'm not convinced that you know, that what we have in front of us here, which really just seems to limit, well, single family and duplex, except along 102 Avenue, and then an awful lot of regulations that basically say you can't touch the size of a lot. I'm not convinced that we're protecting the right thing. And I have huge sympathy for the need to protect what's there, but this feels to me like I'm really worried that this doesn't get us there. And your thinking on that?
Number one, there are cities in Canada, Ottawa is a perfect example, that has much better heritage protection than we do.
No argument for me on that. This has been
They
the bane of my
require
existence, yeah.
that if an area is designated as a historical area, that what gets built new replaces what is taken down. And that would have been great for our area, but that's not what has happened. And we've been told that given the Municipal Government Act, that's not going to happen. That given our zoning regulations, the best we could do was a DC zoning. So we're not going to get like for like. And the lots in Glenora vary in size because they follow the topography of the river valley. The curvilinear streets mean that there's a variety. So in this DC zoning, again, we certainly wanted to preserve the lot size, because when you have a number of tiny little structures on 17-foot lots, it doesn't exactly preserve the streetscape, which is one of the historical aspects of this neighborhood. So it was suggested that for certain areas, the minimum lot size be 40 feet wide. But on those lots, you can still have a semi-detached structure.
Well, only on 102nd Avenue.
That's not correct.
Well, that's what we have in front of us here. That's the information that I have. You can do duplexes, but not semi-detached. That's why I'm checking, because if we're really talking about built form here, and to be provocative, I want to look at this. If the building is the same size, but it's subdivided into apartments or whatever, which is what's happened in a lot of other historic neighborhoods around Canada, you can maintain. It's what I'm trying to understand of what we're trying to maintain here, right? That then you can say, well, you've got to use the same footprint, but you can put in 4 small apartments as part of the building you replace it with. And I'm being a little bit provocative, but I'm doing it to try and get a sense of where the conversation is at. Thoughts?
In this proposed DC zoning, there is provision for other uses like garden suites. So I think that the issue of density gets addressed to some degree in that regard. I think that when you have a nationally recognized heritage consultant hired to do a report, and they say to the city who hired them to do the report that this is a heritage area, it has distinct characteristics that are worth preserving, that is worth addressing. I also think that issues of equity and all other kinds of layers have come about as buzzwords as this project began, after the project began. So many of us are trying to understand what level these things have in terms of what we're working on in this regard. And I think that there are so many other issues that aren't even being addressed. For example, when you take down a structure, it generally requires, it's not as green as it is to maintain a structure. And that hasn't been addressed.
You're sorry, I'm sort of out of time, but you're preaching to the choir on this one. I completely agree with you. I'm just trying to make sure that what we're talking about here actually protects what we're trying to protect. So thanks. I'm seriously out of time.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Caterina, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to all the speakers. All considerably good information. But I want to address a question to Ms. Jerzak or Ms. Samji, because you were also involved with this morning's discussion on 6.1 and the new renewal bylaws and the city plan. So I think that's fresh in your mind. Can either of you or both of you speak to whether this dovetails with that or actually hinders that that plan or what the city is envisioning going forward? With the DCs, obviously.
Go ahead, Chelsea.
At this time, what we're suggesting is that the project could dovetail and should dovetail with both of those projects, but we don't see that connection. Moving forward, we would like to see the resources aligned between this project and district planning process on the one hand, and this project and zoning bylaw renewal on the other hand. I think there is a need for heritage tools, more heritage tools, and I think this is a great time to have that conversation. So we would like to see that happen.
Thank you, Ms. Samji. Anything to add?
I think Mr. Zak covered it. As it stands now, this project does not align with city plan or the direction that our city is moving. But there is an opportunity. We can pivot and make sure that we strike a balance.
Terrific, thank you. And I have one other question, and I do have a motion, Ms. Chair, when the appropriate time, but to Mr. Vlamanovich and Mr. Tasiak and Mr. Nath, the sense I get from you is that a blanket rezoning by someone or a group on someone else's property is sort of your theme of the unfairness and the restriction that it would cause others that aren't part of this application or not considered part of this application. Is that sort of the sense I'm getting? And any one of you might want to answer.
Well, yeah, I mean, we all want to be sensitive to the historical characteristics of those neighborhoods. And like speaking to Ms. Finley's comments, like things that have really evolved through Glenora have been really based on, like she said, the World War I, Art Deco, big estate homes rolling into, the pre-World War II farmhouses, and after that into like the small post-World War II bungalows, right? So with such a wide variety of build forms and in the area, we have to make sure that even if we have this conservation society, which is a wonderful tool, that we individually go after those specific lots that we see are the most valuable, right? Yeah. As
I could interrupt for a second, I guess my question was that someone else rezoning your property, that's sort of the theme of the here, certainly the details and everything else that's been presented are valid, but
correct
that's the theme I get.
Yeah, and to correct
from the others as well.
Yeah, correct. Is rezoning into a zone that doesn't align with what is going on and the direction that the city is planning right now, right? So if it's in a totally different direction, then we want to ask why. And as per Councillor Henderson's, this particular DC1 actually doesn't protect those build forms. It only protects the size of the lots, right? So if we're going to address this historical nature of this neighborhood, we have to do it accurately.
Thank you. I'd like to hear from Mr. Tasiak, since he is a property owner, not a developer, I believe in this, and his perspective as well. Mr. Tasiak?
Hello. Can you hear me now? It's Michael Tasiak.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Tasiak.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm a citizen of that area, and I just find it very unfair. I actually have a large lot. And I don't think it's fair for a small group of people to decide what the whole neighborhood should like. As well, I find it very unfair to someone who can't afford a large lot, but wants to live in the city, wants to have a home that, is in keeping with the neighborhood, etc., but simply can't because the size of the lot and the cost is out of their reach. I find that very restrictive and very unfair. And, I did not have any notification of this. I wasn't had any discussions with the group or asked to have discussions with the group at all. It's just they have their opinion and they went forward with this, which is fine. But I don't find it fair to the rest of us or the people that may want to enter this area. I think areas should be inclusive. They should have all sorts of families, all sorts of people living in those areas, not just the people that can afford to buy a big lot and build a big house. That is very unfair to the city, and I don't think anybody would want to go in that direction. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah,
I don't know if you have...
that answers. I'm out of time, so thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And I'm going to pick it up there. Mr. Nath, you spoke to the lack of engagement as well. But I think what I heard from your comments is that you feel like there's a way to move forward on this, and that historical value and heritage preservation is important, but we needed to do more engagement on it. Is that what I understood?
There's definitely a way to bring in. It's so hard to label what is heritage in Glenora. Like, is it a build style? Is it the Garden City vibe? It's now we're speaking on from a development perspective. If we're trying to dissect that, but offer something new, there's bits and pieces that you can incorporate into a design and a style and a build form. So, for example, you might have like a Tudor style roof, but arranged in a modern way. When it comes to design, the sky's the limit. A lot of times, we've been hearing a lot about brownstones, but I don't see too many brownstones in Glenora. So is that really a historic style of Glenora, or is that where people want to see, or what people want to see in that area? So speaking on the design, yeah, there's definitely ways to incorporate some older trends and styles into a newer, modern way.
Thank you. And Ms. Jerzak, I think you spoke to the importance of doing additional engagement. Working together towards that heritage strategy would be a way to be more inclusive. This is good work, but we need to build on that. Is that my understanding?
That's right. Yes, we do see an opportunity here to have a broader conversation and put together a heritage strategy that would help us to reconcile some of the seemingly competing policies in city plan. And, we don't think need to be competing, but we do need to figure out how to layer them and how to work with them. And then we have such great work underway with regard to district planning and zoning bylaw renewal that, there's really an opportunity to make sure that this work aligns with that work. So that's the direction that we'd like to see this go.
Thank you. And Ms. Samji, you did talk about that it really fails the GBA plus lens at this time, and it's not a buzzword, but it's an important way the city's moving. Can you see through further engagement we could get there?
Yes, of course. It was I think with the limited scope of engagement that's happened to this state, that's why we're here now, where we're going back and forth on how do we get to achieve the desired outcome and the goal of balancing preservation and making way for new development and new people into the neighborhood as well. But we need more people in the conversation to be able to achieve an equitable approach.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions. I see Councillor Banga, then Councillor Henderson. Councillor Banga.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I only have a couple questions. Ms. Samji or anybody from IDEA could probably answer this question. I know that the word GBA has been mentioned a lot, but could you tell me how does the designation of this area as a heritage area, or I guess defies that purpose?
So the GBA Plus Toolkit was created by administration over the past year in partnership with the University of Alberta. They took in many different perspectives of lots of different demographics, different cultures, different sexualities, different ages, to talk about what does community mean to them, how do we build our city with a more inclusive lens. Because traditionally, city planners, urban planners, not just in Edmonton, but all over North America, have taken a very singular approach. And we see that now where we're looking at one style of heritage that is relevant and important, but it's not everyone's heritage. And someone did speak today about heritage started 100 years ago, and it is important, and it's not as long lasting as some of the North or the European cities, but that's not the case. That's not an equitable lens for this neighborhood. And so if we take a step back and include more voices into this conversation, I think we'll get to a place where we can all appreciate and enjoy this neighborhood.
Thank you. Mr. Tasiak, and if I'm understanding it correctly, you live in that area and you express concern handling this humongous lot of yours. So I know you were saying that you were not consulted. However, do you think the issue is that you were not consulted, or is this issue of designating the heritage area is totally out of thought for you? Oh.
Mr. Tasiak? Are you with us?
I think he disappeared probably. Anyway, that was all my question for now, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. I'll go to Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, sorry I wouldn't come around again, but we're going to run out of time here anyway, so I might as well ask another. I want to be a little bit provocative, just to throw some ideas out to try and get a feel for, again, going back to my question of what we're really trying to achieve here. And maybe I'll start with you, Ms. Jerzak, in answer to this, but Ms. Fenley, I'll probably ask you the same thing. To be provocative, if what we're trying to hold on to is the feel of the neighborhood, which is built into the garden suburb layout, it seems to me that one of the ways you could do that, I'm not suggesting this is an answer, but I just want to throw it out there to see what your thinking is, would be to say if you're going to rebuild, you have to use the same floor plate, you have to use the same height, you have to use the same built form, but the number of units you put in there we're agnostic on. And that, and it doesn't protect the buildings, but we've heard that what we're proposing here doesn't necessarily protect the buildings. So, but it may protect, if the importance of it is the feel of the Garden City neighborhood, it would protect your front yard and your backyard and your side yards and all those kind of things, but wouldn't necessarily be a single family house anymore. Is that a way we could go down this road to actually make sure we're preserving the thing that we can preserve and should preserve? Ms. Jerzak, your thoughts first?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I think that it is a really good idea to explore, one among probably many ideas to explore, but that idea of creative and adaptive reuse of the buildings, absolutely, we would like to see that to be part of the conversation moving forward.
And you could put some design considerations on that kind of thing, so that you could say it maybe even has to look similar to a single family, but it could be a set of townhouses. You might not be able to tell. And I'm not suggesting this. I'm really just throwing it out as a kind of straw dog to see what we're trying to do here. So, Ms. Finlay, your thoughts on that as a kind of straw dog and what your concerns might or might not be about that?
Yes, I'll respond to that. Number one, I do want to point out that there are people here from the OGCA speaking in support of this document, and the other people that are speaking against it are developers. And they're not necessarily speaking from an altruistic perspective. I have an article in front of me that was in the Globe and Mail recently, written by Joshua Gordon, and he's the assistant professor at Simon Fraser University, and he's from the public policy department. And he talks about zoning. A common claim by so-called YIMBY environment activists, yes, in my backyard, is that single detached zoning is a central cause of housing unaffordability, since it constrains the land that can be developed and therefore drives up land and housing prices. However, there's no clear relationship between the prevalence of single detached zoning in Canada and the level of affordability in a city. If anything, Canadian cities with the highest share of single detached houses have the least intense affordability challenges.
Yeah, but my question wasn't about affordability. We have a report here that says, as you said very clearly, that the important thing that is historically important about this area is its Garden City planning format.
There are two aspects probably. One is the retention of the architecture, and the other is certainly the Garden City layout.
But the architecture we've established is not protectable because it's diverse. It is always changed, and it continues to change over time. I'm not meaning to be aggressive about this. I'm really just trying to get underneath what we're trying to protect here, because I agree with you. There is probably something very valuable to protect here, and I really want to wrap my mind around what that is.
I live in an inventory house, and Dusan Bednarski also lives in a house on the inventory. And both of us feel, and I think others might feel this way as well, that if we have some kind of zoning that ensures what the area is going to look like, I think many of us would be interested in actually designating our homes. And I think that's very valuable.
No, and I would love nothing more than for that to happen. I'd love to see nothing more. I just want to make sure we get there the right way without inadvertently doing something else. But thanks. Yeah.
Could you ask administration about that?
Yeah, I'll be asking them. Yeah, I will ask them. I just wanted to give you guys a chance to respond, so I'll ask them that question as well. So thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. I have Councillor Katarina on.
Just a process question for you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that I'd like to put on the floor now, since we're going to administration next. But if you prefer that we question first, we have time now to put it on the floor and then come back after the continuation of council and have everybody have a chance to digest it.
Thank you. I think we need to go to administration first before we do that.
I'm thinking before we run out of time, which is going to happen in 2 minutes here, that I will move that we reconvene. So we have to do two things here. We will have to reconvene at the end of public hearing, and probably extend orders at that point, because I don't think we'll be done by 5:30. In fact, we may not even start till after 5:30. So how should I frame that motion before we run out of time here?
We can get something up on the board for you, but if everyone is amenable to what you just said, that works.
I think it's our only option. Unfortunately, we have to deal with this matter before the 6th. And there is not another window unless people want to work over the long weekend. So we just don't have another time. I'm sorry, but this is where we're at. So
I think this is the best option. We need to ask questions of administration, and we do hear of a motion that's coming forward. So I think the best thing for it to do is thank you very much to all the speakers. Really appreciate it. We are now going to turn to questions of administration, but we won't be able to do that because we're out of town. So Councillor Henderson, your,
I will make the most appropriate motion to make sure we capture the two things, which is one, that we reconvene at the end of public hearing, and two, that we extend orders to complete this item, I suppose.
to
Okay.
finish the agenda.
Now, we may want to look at a break in there. That's the only thing, but I guess we could make that motion when we come back, could we?
Yep,
Yeah,
that would
okay.
work.
Thank you. Just members of committee, it's our only alternative unless you want to work July 2nd. So I think this is the most reasonable way to move this forward. So I'm going to ask you to vote on this motion.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina, and we're still waiting for Councillor Banga's vote as well. Oh, there it just came in. We have 4 votes.
And display the vote. That is carried. So we are now in recess until after the public hearing, at which time we will re-engage with questions of administration, and that's the final item on the agenda. So at this point, we are recessed. Thank you all. Thank you very much. If you would like to follow along, you can follow along on the website after a public hearing. Thank you very much. We are in recess.